Chapter 3515. Chapter 589. King's Treasure. Chapter 3515. Chapter 589. King's Treasure. Chapter 589. King's Treasure. What's going on? Someone's actually attacking the Crystal City? What? Chaos Spear. Who's using a Tier 6 super spell on the city? It's over. We're all done for. When the Chaos Spear's dominating aura spread across the Crystal City of Secrets, many of the city's players failed to recognize the super spell, and they couldn't help but fall into confusion and bewilderment. As for the players who did recognize the Chaos Spear, fear and despair overwhelmed them. Chaos Spear, a Tier 6 super spell known for rivaling the attacks of ancient gods. One strike from a Chaos Spear could obliterate an entire city and its surrounding region. Even Tier 6 MTs with their life-saving skills activated would get killed on the spot if struck by a Chaos Spear. In the current situation where none of the Crystal City's players had even reached Tier 6, there was a considerable chance the Chaos Spear could annihilate everyone's souls, permanently removing them from God's domain. However, before anyone could think of a response, the Chaos Spear had already made contact with the city's defensive magic array. Boom! A deafening thunder shook the sky, and a powerful impact spread across a radius of several dozen kilometers. The sky also shattered like glass, making it seem like Armageddon had arrived. However, when the thunder dissipated, both the Crystal City and its inhabitants remained intact, and the players in the city couldn't help but look up in disbelief. This was because what originally should have been a devastating attack ended up getting neutralized by the countless divine scripts that hovered above the city. The Chaos Spear didn't even cause the city to vibrate, let alone damage any of the city's infrastructure. All the Tier 6 super spell managed to accomplish was put on a flashy fireworks show. That was close. Sure Fong sighed in relief when he saw the shattered sky above the city. If he hadn't chosen to teleport back to the Crystal City using the Abyss Workshop certification right away, he would have absolutely died at the Gorgon Queen's hands. He had personally witnessed the strength of primordial godkins in his previous life. Random teleportation scrolls might work against the average Tier 6 divine monster, but the concept of distance was of little significance to a monster of the Gorgon Queen's caliber. It was also why so many experts had died at the hands of the greater god's domain's 22 taboos. Similar to the space-crossing attack he had previously executed in the miniature ancient world, the only way to stop the Gorgon Queen's attack would be to block it. Fortunately, he had the Crystal City of Secrets to fall back on. The Crystal City of Secrets was one of the Eternal Continent's 7 great cities. In his previous life, the Crystal City stood firm even in the face of the Holy Race's all-out invasion. Apart from a large number of powers and experts operating in the city itself also had various defensive measures created by ancient gods. Even if a group of ancient gods were to attack the city, it would take them a considerable amount of time to tear down the city's defenses. While Shifeng was feeling relieved, the rest of the Crystal City erupted into chaos. Everyone started discussing the Chaos Spear that attacked the city and the Crystal City's defensive measures that stopped the Chaos Spear. Many powers also promptly mobilized their forces to investigate why the Crystal City would be suddenly subjected to such a powerful attack. In God's domain, NPC cities might face occasional monster hordes and siege battles for no reason, but they would never be subjected to an ancient god's attack out of the blue. After all, existences capable of launching such attacks all stood at the apex of God's domain. Even a simple action from these existences would be considered a major event, let alone launching a direct attack on the Crystal City of Secrets. It should be known that the Crystal City had many Tier 6 NPCs garrisoning it. Moreover, these weren't your average Tier 6 NPCs. Even the weakest among them was equipped with a legendary equipment set. Paired with the city's magic array, even Tier 6 saint-ranked experts shouldn't think of stirring up a scene in the city. While the Crystal City's various powers were frantically investigating the unexpected event, Sherfone quietly returned to Zero Wing's residence. The residence had undergone significant changes while Sherfone was away. Not only were there many more guild members coming and going from the residence, but the equipment standard of these guild members had also improved substantially, with many of them having 2 or 3 common secret treasures equipped. Compared to most of the Crystal City's experts, who only had 1 common secret treasure equipped, Zero Wing's members were in a vastly better state. They were already close to matching the various Pseudo-Apex Powers members. You newcomers have some good luck. Boss Fury's group will be coming along with us to the underground Crystal Palace this time, and they'll be taking us to explore the level 165 zone. The level 165 zone? I heard that only the various Pseudo-Apex Powers elite teams can grind there right now, and they've also found quite a few extraordinary secret treasures already. It seems you all are well informed. For your information, Boss Fury's group has already located a boss. If we can successfully raid it, our guild might get its very first extraordinary secret treasure. Zero Wing will become the 6th guild to own an extraordinary secret treasure at that time. Everyone involved in the raid will earn a ton of GCPs. Currently, a team of players was gathered in the residence's courtyard, and one of the guild's veteran members proudly introduced the objectives of the team's upcoming operation, the veteran member's words stirring the excitement and expectation of the guild's new members. Ever since the first extraordinary secret treasure appeared in the underground Crystal Palace, every power operating in the Crystal City had ramped up their efforts in exploring the secret land. However, even until now, only a few teams could explore the secret land's level 165 zone. A team not only required players with sufficiently high combat and equipment standards to raid the level 165 zone's bosses, but it also needed enough players capable of blocking the boss's attacks. Otherwise, the more fragile members of the team would get annihilated in no time. Currently, only a handful of teams operating in the Crystal City could accomplish such a feat. So long as Zero Wing could do so, the guild would have a stable source of extraordinary secret treasures in the future. 6th, Sherfone couldn't help but smile when he overheard the conversation of the players in the courtyard. It seems Fury and the others are making great progress. The underground Crystal Palace's level 165 zone was already an area where only Tier 6 players could delve in. Apart from the various Pseudo-Apex powers, it would be incredibly difficult for any other power to explore the level 165 zone at this time. The fact that Zero Wing could already begin exploring the level 165 zone showed that the guild's teams could already rival the various Pseudo-Apex Powers teams. If Desolate Fury and the others could successfully explore the level 165 and acquire an extraordinary secret treasure, Zero Wing would become an attractive choice for the Eternal Realm's various independent experts. It would undoubtedly elevate the guild's status to a whole new level. Zero Wing also wouldn't need to rely on the secret crystal trading firm's privileges to retain its members anymore. After Sherfone entered the guild hall, he made his way to an underground secret room and activated the room's defensive barrier. It was to prevent players outside the room from affecting or spying on the situation inside. I took such a big risk this time. I even had to return ahead of time. Let's hope the treasury's items won't be too disappointing. After taking a deep breath, Sherfone opened his bag space and took out the 5 items he looted from the Nameless City's treasury. As soon as Sherfone took out the 5 items, the space within the room began to shake, and cracks appeared in the room's defensive barrier. At the same time, streams of eternal energy began flowing out of the void and into the room. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3516, Chapter 590, Promoting the Frost Flame, Phantom Dragon. Chapter 3516, Chapter 590, Promoting the Frost Flame, Phantom Dragon. Chapter 590. Promoting the Frost Flame Phantom Dragon, what dense eternal energy? Feng was stunned by the huge streams of eternal energy flowing out of the void. Previously, when the Dawnlight Party killed the half-snaken general on the plane of fallen gods, the eternal energy that the regional bosses loot gathered was already very astonishing. However, compared to the phenomenon before him, it was utterly insignificant. It should be known that the secret room's defensive barrier could withstand attacks from Tier 5 players, yet the barrier was cracking simply from the eternal energy in the room. In addition, when he inhaled, he could feel a refreshing feeling spreading throughout his mind and body. However, Feng didn't dwell on this phenomenon for long, as he quickly appraised the 5 items. He worried that the room's barrier might break if he wasted any more time. If that happened, the situation inside the room would become exposed. After taking about a minute to appraise the 5 items, Feng couldn't help but be stunned once again. No wonder that Gorgon Queen tried so desperately to kill me. After seeing the items he had looted, Feng quickly understood why the Gorgon Queen looked so incensed when she saw him looting the treasury. If he were in the Gorgon Queen's shoes, he, too, would probably wish for nothing more than to kill the thief. Of the 5 items he looted, 4 were incredibly rare, fragmented divine artifact rank materials, and there were 2 bottles of divine water of life and 2 bottles of soul essence. Divine water of life was the superior version of the water of life. Not only could it be used to resurrect dead NPCs, but it could also enhance the essence of NPCs. Its only downside was that players couldn't use it. Regardless, it was an item that had disappeared since the ancient era, and he had only learned about it through records found in the Grand Library. But if he were to put a value on the divine water of life, each bottle should be worth 1 legendary weapon at the very least. As for soul essence, it was an item with only one purpose: to give players who had suffered permanent deaths in God's domain a second chance to enter God's domain. It was a simple purpose, but it was one that all players in God's domain highly coveted. Although each player could only use soul essence once in their lifetimes, its value still matched that of fragmented divine artifacts. As for the 5th item Feng looted, it was a consumable. Or, more specifically, it was a potion produced by a craftsman alchemist. The Elixir of Fortune. So long as players drank the potion, their luck, a hidden attribute, would be increased significantly for 24 hours. Looking at the divine water of life, soul essence, and elixir fortune, Feng suddenly got goosebumps. It should be known that he had only gotten past the treasury's doors and stopped at the outermost section. Moreover, he had only randomly looted 5 items from the outermost section. However, from what he managed to see, the treasury was at least the size of a sports stadium, and he saw many more items similar to the 5 he looted present in the treasury. In his previous life, when Zero Wing captured an ancient holy city, the combined value of the items Zero Wing obtained from the holy city's treasury couldn't even come close to the 5 items before him. Yet, these 5 items only comprised a small portion of the items stored in the stadium-sized treasury. But before Feng could recover his senses, a series of system notifications suddenly rang in his ears. System, a Gorgon Queen has cursed you. System, the Gorgon Queen's curse will cause part of your soul to dissipate with each death you suffer. While this curse is in effect, the Gorgon Queen will also be alerted to your presence so long as you get within 1,000 yards of the king's treasury. How ruthless! Feng couldn't help but be flabbergasted when he saw the notifications. Although he had already guessed that the treasury's origins were extraordinary, he didn't expect to suffer such severe consequences from looting it. The Gorgon Queen's curse ensured he would lose a portion of his immortal soul with each death he suffered. This meant that from now onward, even normal deaths would gradually push him toward a permanent death in God's domain. Moreover, even if he exhausted his immortal soul and resurrected it using soul essence, the curse still wouldn't disappear. The only way he could get rid of it was by killing the curse's caster. Even if it were in his previous life, the feat of slaying a Tier 6 primordial godkin was something he would have to mobilize the entirety of Zero Wing strength. It simply wasn't a task he could complete by himself. However, Shi Feng quickly got over his shock and shifted his attention toward the 2 bottles of divine water of life. Divine water of life was labeled as one of the 3 divine liquids in God's domain, and it could elevate the life rating of any creature, except players, to the extremes. Items such as the fruit of life and the 7 luminaries fruit were nothing in comparison to the divine water of life. During his previous life, Shi Feng had seen a personal guard who had been enhanced using the divine water of life. The personal guard in question was also one of the only 5 advanced legendary guards that existed in the entire Greater Gods domain. Normally, the various powers executives could, at best, recruit epic-ranked NPCs to serve as their personal guards. Meanwhile, when developed to their full potential, epic guards could closely match 4 winged Valkyries of the same tier. As for legendary guards, not even the various apex powers would dare think of recruiting one. This was because every legendary guard could rival gods of the same tier when fully developed. As for advanced legendary guards, they were existences on par with ancient gods. Though, in the eyes of players, they were even more challenging to deal with than ancient gods. This was because personal guards had a much easier time obtaining weapons and equipment than players. Meanwhile, an advanced legendary guard could potentially equip themselves fully with divine weapons and equipment, and once they managed to do so, their combat prowess would be on par with primordial gods. Meanwhile, all 5 advanced legendary guards in Shi Feng's previous life were fully equipped with divine weapons and equipment. Because of this, even the various apex powers had to treat the owners of these personal guards with respect. Normally, advanced legendary guards were born with their rank. It wasn't a realm that personal guards could achieve by relying on external items. The divine water of life was the only exception. It was also because one of the 5 advanced legendary guards had come into existence by relying on the divine water of life that the various powers were made aware of its existence. Only, apart from the owner of the artificial advanced legendary guard, nobody else knew how to obtain the divine water of life. I don't have any personal guards with great potential right now, so I can only gamble on it, Shi Feng thought as he took out the ancient oath. Flying mounts might not be comparable to personal guards in combat power, but they were much more useful than personal guards. This was because even if a flying mount died, it could be resurrected limitlessly without using water of life. Previously, the Frostflame Phantom Dragon had already become an advanced legendary flying mount after undergoing a mutation. If it could achieve further improvements, it would greatly benefit him. Thinking up to this point, Shi Feng summoned the mutated Frostflame Phantom Dragon inside the secret room. Then, to ensure his success, he fed both bottles of divine water of life to the Phantom Dragon. Upon consuming the 2 bottles of light blue liquid, the Phantom Dragon let out a resounding roar, and its body began radiating a multicolored brilliance. For a moment, it looked like the Phantom Dragon was transforming into a dragon of light. Its size also started to grow at a visible rate. 10 seconds later, the Phantom Dragon had grown to a length of 100 meters. If not for the secret room having an adjustable space, it would have been impossible for the room to fit the Phantom Dragon. After 1 full minute had passed, the multicolored brilliance radiated by the Phantom Dragon dissipated, revealing a body that measured 300 meters in length. The Phantom Dragon was several times larger than before, and its every action caused the secret room's space to tremble. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3517, Chapter 591, Frightening Divine Flying Mount. Chapter 3517, Chapter 591, Frightening Divine Flying Mount. Chapter 591, Frightening Divine Flying Mount. TL Notes. Please regard all instances of divine dragons in the main story as sacred dragons from now on. Did it reach Tier 5? Shi Feng couldn't help but be surprised when he felt faint pressure coming from the Frost Flame Phantom Dragon. This was something he had not experienced even when he faced the half-snake in general. Moreover, the Frost Flame Phantom Dragon no longer looked like a flying mount, but rather an actual dragon instead. Thinking up to this point, Sherfong hurriedly checked the pendant in his hand. He wanted to check to what extent the Frost Flame Phantom Dragon had been upgraded. Unlike other items that raised the user's life rating, the Divine Water of Life did not have a usage limit. So long as one had enough Divine Water of Life, one could continuously use it to improve a creature's potential to the extremes. Only the higher a creature's potential, the more Divine Water of Life would be needed to improve its potential. Ancient Oath can be used to summon a Divine-ranked Tier 5 Frost Flame Dragon as a partner to fly and fight freely in the sky. If the Frost Flame Dragon dies, it will need 60 natural days to return to life. Additional effect: grants the Ancient Oath's wielder 15% of the Frost Flame Dragon's basic attributes. A Tier 5 Divine Ranked Dragon? The stats that appeared before Sherfong stunned him momentarily. Be it flying mounts that were pure-blooded dragons or divine flying mounts, both were things he had only ever heard about through rumors thus far. As for a divine flying mount that also happened to be a dragon, this was the first time he had ever heard of one existing. Flying mounts could be categorized into 4 major ranks: common, extraordinary, legendary, and divine. These ranks represented a flying mount's potential. It also represented the difficulty of upgrading their tiers. Generally, a legendary flying mount would have a chance of getting promoted to Tier 6, while advanced legendary flying mounts would have a considerable chance of getting promoted to Tier 6. As for divine flying mounts, they were fated to get promoted to Tier 6. In other words, he was now in possession of a dragon that was fated to reach Tier 6. If news of this spread, it would absolutely shake the entire greater God's domain. Dragons were an apex race in God's domain, and their average life rating was essentially unmatched at the same tier. Even the average Tier 6 dragon could closely rival Tier 6 gods in combat power. So, having a dragon as a flying mount would undoubtedly make him envied by all players. In addition, the existence of flying mounts was akin to tools. So, unlike NPCs and contracted beasts, the concept of a true death did not exist for flying mounts, and they could be summoned limitlessly. Players also wouldn't have to go out of their way to level up their flying mounts, as mounts leveled with their owners. More importantly, players would get to share a portion of their flying mount's basic attributes, and any player would drool over a dragon class bonus. This was because what made dragons strong was their heaven-defying basic attributes, and their basic attributes far outclassed monsters of the same tier. It should be known that monsters already possessed far greater basic attributes than players in general. The disparity was so significant that even if players equipped themselves with top-tier weapons and equipment, they would still be slightly behind monsters of the same level and tier in basic attributes. Yet, dragons possessed even greater basic attributes than the average monster, with a Tier 5 dragon having the basic attributes of a Tier 6 monster of the same level. So, one could only imagine the basic attributes one could obtain from a dragon/flying mount. With this, I can probably fight the Western continent's Tier 6 divine monsters, even without getting promoted to Tier 6. When Sherfong looked at his attribute panel and saw the numbers listed, he couldn't help but feel as if he were dreaming. Even though he was only receiving 15% of the Tier 5 Frost Flame Dragon's basic attributes, the bonus was already enough to put his basic attributes on par with a Tier 5 expert equipped with a full set of legendary equipment. A full set of legendary equipment. For most players, owning a full set of legendary equipment was something they could only dream of achieving. Even the various apex powers, chosen ones wouldn't necessarily get to enjoy such a benefit. This was because a Tier 6 expert fully equipped with legendary equipment would be strong enough to match Tier 6 gods. Assigning such valuable equipment to Tier 5 players would be an utter waste. Such behavior would be beyond extravagant, and very few powers would be foolish enough to do such a thing. Thinking up to this point, Sherfong pulled up his contacts and called Gentle Snow. When the call connected, Gentle Snow couldn't help but look at Sherfong in surprise and ask, "You're back already, guild leader?" Previously, Sherfong had already informed her through the real world that he was currently visiting the Forbidden Zone's western continent and stated that they shouldn't try to contact him unless it was an emergency. As for the Eternal Realm's western continent, Gentle Snow had more or less learned about it from Sherfong. So, she knew that while the western continent had many more opportunities available than the Eternal Continent, it was also filled with much greater dangers. She also heard from Sherfong that the western continent was infested with Holy Race players, so he couldn't afford even a moment's carelessness. "Something unexpected happened, so I made a trip back first," Sherfong said, nodding. "I'm planning to bring some of Zero Wing's members with me when I go there again, so have Qianlu and the others quickly gather in the guild residence." Now, Gentle Snow hesitated to comply with Sherfeng's orders. "We are currently exploring the underground Crystal Palace's level 165 zone. We are also planning to raid a regional boss once our reinforcements arrive. If we leave now, we will miss this precious opportunity." "It's fine. At most, you'll miss out on an extraordinary secret treasure." In a definitive tone, Sherfong said, "Just tell Fury and the others that I have different arrangements for you all, and you won't be exploring with them for the time being. Zero Wing might be exploring the underground Crystal Palace's level 165 zone currently, but this expedition was led by Desolate Furies and Scarecrow Fox's groups. The expedition didn't only consist of Zero Wing's members. Ultimately, the boss's loot would have to be distributed based on contributions, and not all would go to Zero Wing. Not to mention, compared to the underground Crystal Palace and the rest of the Eternal Continent, the Western Continent was of vastly greater importance. So, he planned to bring some of Zero Wing's members to develop them on the Western Continent. Otherwise, others might say that Zero Wing lacked capable combatants and could only rely on joining forces with other powers to achieve its current standards. "All right then, I'll inform them immediately," Gentle Snow replied as she stopped hesitating. Then, she promptly informed Su Qianlu and the others on the expedition team about Sherfeng's orders. Meanwhile, when Su Qianlu, Hidden Soul, and the others heard about Sherfeng's command, they swiftly returned to the residence, abandoning their exploration of the level 165 zone. As for Desolate Furies and Scarecrow Fox's groups, although they were confused by Sherfeng's decision, they didn't make any comments about it. After all, this was Zero Wing's private affair, and they were merely Zero Wing's collaborators. Zero Wing's residence, Guild Leader's office. "Why did you summon us back in such a hurry, Guild Leader? Did something happen?" Hidden Soul, who had already chosen to become a member of Zero Wing thoroughly, asked as she looked at Sherfong. "The various powers are in the midst of competing for the level 165 zone's regional bosses to give their members a better chance of getting promoted to Tier 6. Isn't it a waste for us to give up like this?" It wasn't easy for players to get promoted to Tier 6 in God's domain. Not to mention, the strength of the divine body created would also influence players' strength in the future. Because of this, the various powers were currently looking for ways to improve their experts' chances of getting promoted to Tier 6 with a powerful divine body, and extraordinary secret treasures were one of the more effective methods that could be used to accomplish this goal. Meanwhile, once the various powers' experts created a sufficiently strong divine body, they could promptly get promoted to Tier 6 and capture ownerless settlements occupied by divine monsters. This, in turn, would grant the various powers unimaginable advantages and wealth. Yet, even though Zero Wing also had an opportunity to secure such advantages and wealth, they had actively abandoned it. Looking at Hidden Soul's slightly angry expression, Sherfong smiled and retrieved a book from his bag space, asking, "Extraordinary secret treasures might be important, but what do you think of this item?" The book was none other than the bronze mana purification technique he had obtained from grinding in the Nameless City with the Dawnlight Party. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3518. Chapter 592. Advanced Bronze Mana Purification Technique. Chapter 3518. Chapter 592. Advanced Bronze Mana Purification Technique. Chapter 592. Advanced Bronze Mana Purification Technique. A mana purification technique? Hidden Soul couldn't help but grow confused when she saw Sherfong taking out a book. However, upon inspecting the book, whether it was Hidden Soul or Gentle Snow and the others, everyone was surprised. There existed very few methods that players could rely on to improve the strength of their mana in God's domain. Typically, they could only rely on the effects of special weapons and equipment to do so. However, every one of these items was worth a fortune. If the weapon or equipment happened to be at the fragmented legendary rank, it would be worth more than even the average legendary weapon and equipment. Yet now a mana purification technique could accomplish the same result as one of those valuable items, and the effects were even permanent. The technique completely shattered their knowledge of God's domain. Moreover, the bronze mana purification technique before them was simply heaven-defying. It could actually elevate the strength of their mana by one tier, instantly granting them access to mana that was typically only available to Tier 6 players. Where did you get this thing, guild leader? Gentle Snow couldn't help but ask. Mana was the foundation of human players. Meanwhile, the stronger their mana, the easier a time they would have when constructing their divine bodies. It was also why the various powers were desperately looking to obtain extraordinary secret treasures before having their experts get promoted to Tier 6. Otherwise, with the wealth the various powers possessed, even the average upper-ranking hegemonic power could have produced a group of Tier 6 experts by now. They wouldn't have needed to bother hunting for high-ranking secret treasures. However, even in the case of extraordinary secret treasures, a player would need to be fully equipped with them to elevate their mana strength from Tier 5 to Tier 6. The Western continent, Sherfong frankly stated. This is also why I called all of you back. The Western continent. Hidden Soul's gaze grew passionate when she heard Sherfeng's answer. If we can secure a large number of these bronze purification techniques, Zero Wing will absolutely become the #1 guild in the Crystal City, or possibly even the whole Eternal Realm. Having stronger mana meant being able to construct stronger Tier 6 divine bodies. Compared to the bronze purification technique, extraordinary secret treasures were greatly inferior. Don't get excited too early. Bronze mana techniques aren't so easy to obtain. I'm only taking you there to try our luck, Sherfong said, shaking his head and chuckling when he saw everyone's excitement. The drop rate for bronze purification techniques was incredibly low, even in the Nameless City. After grinding with the Dawnlight Party for 5 days, he had only received 1 for his share. It was simply impossible for Zero Wing to distribute bronze purification techniques to its members in large quantities. The only reason he was bringing along Hidden Soul and the others was so that they could try their luck before the upcoming city battle began. After all, he had promised Red Frost to help her recover her peak strength before the city battle, and a common purification technique was probably not enough to let her do so. A bronze purification technique would be needed at the very least. Subsequently, everyone split up to make the necessary preparations as they waited for the Abyss Workshop certification's world-breaking teleportation to come off cooldown. Then, as soon as the skill was ready, Sherfong brought Hidden Soul and the other core members of Zero Wing to the Western continent's Nameless City. After 12 hours had passed, the Nameless City had already recovered its initial calm. Such rich, eternal energy. I feel like if I could train here for a long time, reaching the 5th floor standard would no longer be a dream. The instant Hidden Soul and the others arrived in the Nameless City, they felt invigorated. As for Wu Xiaoxiao and Midsummer, who had experienced the 100 refinement building in the past, they found the Nameless City's environment incredibly familiar. We're limited on time. I'll aggro the monsters while you all find opportunities to deal damage, Shifeng said as he looked at the intoxicated members of his team. After saying so, Shifeng leaped several hundred yards away and charged toward the nearest half-snaken monster. At the same time, he took out the Feather of Oath and summoned 6-tier, 5 war goddesses to fight alongside him. Unlike before, he no longer intended to hold back when fighting the half-snaken monsters. Previously, when he was grinding with the Dawnlight Party, everyone in the party needed to share the loot they obtained. Had he expended 7 Luminaries crystals to summon war goddesses back then, he would have incurred a huge deficit. But now that everyone on his team was a core member of Zero Wing, all of the loot would belong to Zero Wing, so he naturally didn't need to continue conserving his strength. Meanwhile, with the help of the 6-tier 5 war goddesses, Shifeng was able to kill the half-snaken monsters several times faster than the Dawnlight Party, even without the help of Hidden Soul and the others. Needless to say, the efficiency increased even further when Zero Wing's members joined in. Although Zero Wing's members initially suffered a lot against the half-snaken monsters' mental attacks, thanks to the 6 war goddesses' assistance, they never got into life-threatening situations. And because of the monsters' loot, everyone's morale grew as they fought. Normally, they would need to kill hundreds of monsters in the underground Crystal Palace for a common secret treasure to drop. In comparison, they would see one dropping here every dozen or so half-snakeskin monsters they killed. They would even occasionally see combat secret treasures dropping. It should be known that combat secret treasures were normally only dropped by regional bosses in the underground Crystal Palace. The chances of normal monsters dropping it were close to 0. Combat secret treasures were so rare that even until now, Gentle Snow was the only one fully equipped with combat secret treasures. Moreover, it was the Ice Crystal secret treasure set that Zero Wing had obtained quite some time ago. As for everyone else present, they only had 2 combat secret treasures equipped, with the rest of their kit comprising common secret treasures. Even so, they could already rank among the upper echelon of experts in the Crystal City. When one half-snaken general was about to die, Shifeng took out the Elixir of Fortune and drank it. Then, he promptly ended the legendary regional boss's life. Is that an advanced bronze purification technique? Shifeng couldn't help but be surprised when he saw mist-like eternal energy gathering around a book the half-snaken general dropped. He hadn't been hoping for much when he used the Elixir of Fortune. He only hoped to obtain 1 or 2 bronze purification techniques before the city battle. After all, he couldn't afford to grind for 5 straight days this time. Going by past experience, common purification techniques could increase the density of the surrounding eternal energy by several times when initially dropped, while bronze purification techniques could make the surrounding eternal energy vaguely visible to the naked eye. Currently, though, the mana purification technique the half-snaken general dropped had turned the surrounding eternal energy into a mist-like state. There was no doubt it was the advanced bronze purification technique currently sought by all of 7 Luminaries Town's players. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3519. Chapter 593. 15 cities arrive. Chapter 3519. Chapter 593. 15 cities arrive. Chapter 593. 15 cities arrive. Is this advanced bronze purification technique precious, guild leader? Hidden Soul asked when she saw Shifeng looking visibly moved as he picked up a book from the ground. They had already obtained several mana purification techniques from killing only a few hundred half-snaken monsters, so it didn't seem like mana purification techniques were as rare as Shifeng made them out to be. Precious. Shifeng couldn't help but feel exasperated when he saw Hidden Soul's calm reaction. Would you believe me if I said this is possibly the first advanced bronze purification technique found on the entire Western continent? Based on Sky Pivot's claims, advanced bronze purification techniques could only be obtained from the primordial demon's necropolis, a world mode regional dungeon. World mode regional dungeons were off limits to non-Tier 6 players, and even Tier 6 experts would face a considerable chance of death. Normally, Tier 6 players would have to operate in 20-man teams at the very least to ensure their safety. Yet now they had obtained an advanced bronze purification technique without having to set foot into a place as dangerous as the primordial demon's necropolis. If the 7 Luminaries Alliance were to learn of this, it would probably get the urge to strangle them. First, hearing Shifeng's words, Hidden Soul took out a book she had looted from a Tier 4 mythic-ranked half-snaken warrior and happily said, "Then mine here should be the second one." As soon as the book Hidden Soul took out was exposed to the surrounding environment, it promptly attracted eternal energy from its surroundings, and the density of the gathered eternal energy was comparable to what surrounded the book the half-snaken general dropped. Seeing Hidden Soul's elated look, Shifeng couldn't help but fall silent. He had only obtained an advanced bronze purification technique after using the precious elixir of fortune. Yet, Hidden Soul had acquired one without the help of a similar item. Moreover, it would seem that she had acquired it before he did. Of course, Shifeng didn't find the situation completely unreasonable. The nameless city, for the most part, remained unexplored. So, the monster's loot drop rate should be higher than normal, and this should be applied to advanced bronze mana purification techniques as well. Guild Leader. Several Holy Race teams are advancing in our direction from the east. Sleeping Quicksand, who was observing the surroundings using the Eyes of God's spell, suddenly reported, "They'll reach us in 10 seconds. We have limited time. Don't engage them," Shifeng stated. "We'll head to the central region where there are more monsters." Quicksand used Mirage enchantment on the team. The Oracle class wasn't just a healing class. It was also a powerful support class. Not to mention, Sleeping Quicksand was conferred the title of Saintess by the 7 Luminaries Alliance in his previous life. Back then, she was considered one of the 10 strongest experts in the past century. Currently, although Sleeping Quicksand had yet to fully develop her potential, she was already close to reaching the 5th floor standard after honing herself in the Eternal Realm. Her concentration had also reached the Tier 6 intermediate standard already. So, it wasn't difficult for her to cast Mirage enchantment, a Tier 4 spell, on a team of less than 20 players. Meanwhile, with the help of Mirage enchantment concealing everyone's presence and the 6 war goddesses clearing the way, the team shook off the pursuing Holy Race players in no time. Then, they swiftly made their way deeper into the nameless city. Subsequently, a day passed in the blink of an eye. Thanks to the help of the 6 war goddesses, Zero Wing's team killed far more half-snake monsters in one day than the Dawnlight Party did in 5 days. Everyone on the team also reached level 165, placing them at the top of the Western continent. Guild Leader, a call came in from Vice President Xia in the real world. She says the 15 cities will reach Star Lake City in less than 12 hours. Even if Star Lake City accelerates to buy time, it will take those cities no more than 20 hours to surround Star Lake City, Hidden Soul reported to Shifeng after seeing him finish off a half-snake in general. Also, Vice President Xia says she has already delivered the god crystals you need. Finally, I thought she wouldn't make it in time. Shifeng sighed in relief at the news. Tally the loot and have everyone log off to rest. After making the deal with Red Frost, Shifeng had promptly contacted Xia Qingying, hoping that she could utilize the Eternal Chamber of Commerce's trade network to purchase god crystals in bulk for him. Although he had tried to purchase god crystals in the Crystal City of Secrets via Zero Wing, the various powers regarded god crystals as a strategic resource and refused to sell any of their stockpiles. Not to mention, God crystals were as rare as fragmented legendary items. So, even after many days of effort, Zero Wing had only collected a little over 30 God crystals. Moreover, all of them were acquired from independent players at the astronomical price of 1 combat secret treasure per 2 God crystals. However, that still wasn't enough God crystals for his purposes. Each attempt to learn an intermediate divine engraving from the Book of Eternity cost 50 God crystals. With the God crystals he had on hand, he couldn't even afford 1 learning attempt. Not to mention, he also needed to save a few God crystals so that he could utilize the Feather of Oath's heroic pledge in case of emergencies. Ultimately, after much deliberation, he chose to purchase God crystals from the Eternal Chamber of Commerce through Xia Qingying at the price of 20 eternal gold coins per God crystal. Last he was informed, Xia Qingying had successfully purchased at least 200 God crystals from the Eternal Chamber of Commerce, essentially spending most of the profits the secret crystal trading firm generated thus far. And after factoring in the guild's daily expenditure, Sherfong was left with little to no money. "Leave it to me." Hidden Soul happily responded and began collecting the items on the ground. After about 10 minutes, Hidden Soul finished organizing the team's loot and handed Sherfong a list. "Here is a list of all the loot we obtained after entering the nameless city." "Guild leader," Hidden Soul said as she looked at her own copy of the list excitedly. "Thus far, we have collected 1,227 common secret treasures, 232 combat secret treasures, 143 common purification techniques, 26 bronze purification techniques, and 10 advanced bronze purification techniques. We already have enough purification techniques to outfit a 100-man team." Although Sherfong already had a general idea of how much loot they had acquired, he still couldn't help but be shocked when he heard the actual numbers. Setting aside the secret treasures, just the 26 bronze purification techniques and 10 advanced bronze purification techniques they obtained would already be enough to cause the entire 7 luminaries town to go crazy. At this point, Sherfong didn't even dare imagine how terrifying a Team Zero Wing could develop if it managed to digest all of these bronze and advanced bronze purification techniques. It should be known that any player who successfully learned a bronze purification technique would be publicly recognized as a half-step Tier 6 player in 7 Luminaries Town. Such players could even match Tier 6 players on the Eternal Continent. As for players who successfully learned an advanced bronze purification technique, although Sherfong didn't have any references to go by, he was certain that such players would be at the half-step Tier 6 standard at the very least. And if Zero Wing were to suddenly gain a force of 36 half-step Tier 6 experts, it could probably dominate the entire Crystal City of Secrets and strike fear into the various pseudo-apex powers. Following this, Sherfong kept all the mana purification techniques and common secret treasures. Then he had everyone fully equip themselves in combat secret treasures before storing the rest away. After doing all that, he and the rest of the team found a secure location before logging out of the game. TL notes: due to changes made by the author, I will be making the following changes from Chapter 414 onward. 1. Certain instances of basic/intermediate divine patterns will now be changed to basic/intermediate divine engravings. But note that both divine patterns and divine engravings exist. Divine engravings are a composition of divine patterns, e.g. Chapter 415. Original. The basic strengthening pattern was composed of 3 different divine patterns: the basic structural analysis pattern, the basic structural remodeling pattern, and the basic structural solidification pattern. Edited. The basic enhancement engraving was composed of 3 different divine patterns: the basic structural analysis pattern, the basic structural remodeling pattern, and the basic structural solidification pattern. 2. Engraving action and drawing action will also be replaced with inscribing action to avoid repetitions, such as Sherfong is engraving a basic divine engraving. 3. A set of basic/intermediate divine patterns will be changed to a / and basic intermediate engraving. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3520. Chapter 594, Night Watch Legion. Chapter 3520. Chapter 594, Night Watch Legion. Chapter 594, Night Watch Legion, Star Lake City, Zero Wing Training Center. The hatch of Shifeng's virtual gaming cabin opened. But before Shifeng could climb out of the cabin, his quantum watch sounded an incoming call. After climbing out of the cabin, Shifeng connected the call and immediately saw the holographic image of Pace Angel, who was tasked with managing the Zero Wing Training Center, appearing before him. Guild leader, Vice President Xia of the Green God Corporation is already waiting in the lounge, Pace Angel hurriedly reported when she saw her call connecting. In addition, voices for Zero Wing to be removed from the city are growing louder because of the 15 cities closing in. Currently, over 100 corporations and families have already spoken up in protest to the city lord. Over half of the Star Lake Legion's members have also withdrawn from the Legion to force the city lord into making a decision. Some time ago, news of 15 cities joining forces to target Star Lake City spread. As a result, many of the city's local powers started calling for Zero Wing to be banished, and their voices have only grown louder as the 15 cities' arrival drew near. At this point, over half of the city's powers have already started to protest against the city lord. Normally, if half of a city's powers engaged in a protest, even the city lord would not be able to ignore it. After all, these powers and their members were vital to a city's survival and prosperity. Yet, if Star Lake City Lord chose to banish Zero Wing, Zero Wing would no longer be able to operate in a city and have to settle with developing in a town. How resolute of these powers! Shifeng nonchalantly smiled as he looked through the list Pace Angel sent him. But their departure isn't all bad news. We can use this chance to refine the current Star Lake Legion. It'll also make things easier for Zero Wing's members to join the Legion afterward. Refine the Star Lake Legion. Pace Angel was stunned by Shifeng's nonchalant comment. While it might be great for Zero Wing that so many people were leaving the Star Lake Legion, the departure of these individuals would also result in a severe reduction in combat power for the Star Lake Legion. Losing so much combat power at such a critical juncture would put Star Lake City at an even more severe disadvantage when it went up against the 15 cities later. Ignore them. More importantly, I need you to have all of Zero Wing's battle group members gather in an advanced simulation room. I have something important to tell them, Shifeng instructed. Understood. Although Pace Angel remained very worried, she still followed Shifeng's orders and began contacting the members of Zero Wing's battle group, one after another. Meanwhile, after tidying himself up, Shifeng made his way to the top-floor lounge. He could wait no longer to get his hands on Xia Qingying's god crystals. Even though he had yet to learn a mana purification technique, thanks to the soul blood boosting his concentration to the Tier 6 advanced standard, tasks such as analyzing items and restructuring mana became a lot easier for him to manage. Learning how to inscribe intermediate divine engravings also wouldn't be a difficult task. Top floor VIP lounge. Inside the lounge that was as large as a basketball court, a man and a woman sat quietly on the sofa next to the window wall. Meanwhile, standing behind them were 4 young men and women dressed in formal wear. Of these 4 young men and women, even the oldest was only 24, while the youngest was only 22. Yet, all 4 of them were not only 2-star mental strength grandmasters, but their presence was also stronger than that of Star Lake City's vice commanders. You and Elder Xian have gone too far with your absurdities this time. Qingying, how could you arbitrarily have the corporation's geniuses move to Star Lake City? The man seated on the sofa was in his 40s and radiated an imposing aura, and his eyes exuded a hint of rage as he looked at Xia Qingying, who sat next to him. I can ignore your decision to go against Silver Frost City, but I will be taking the Silver Frost Legion's former members with me. I'm sure you know of Night Watch City's current situation. Having more members in the Night Watch Legion will increase our chances of establishing a base in the city. I am aware of the situation, Elder Mu, Xia Qingying unhurriedly said. But Zero Wing's importance is no less than Night Watch City's. Also, if we lack manpower in Night Watch City, we can simply partner with Zero Wing. We can establish a foothold in Night Watch City easily with Zero Wing's help. Zero Wing? Are you sure you're not joking? Elder Mu laughed when he heard Xia Qingying's words. I've heard that Zero Wing's present situation in Star Lake City is far from optimistic. If Zero Wing can't even survive the upcoming raid by the 15 cities, do you think it can help us establish a foothold in Night Watch City? Night Watch City was the fourth second-tier mobile city that the Green God Corporation had set its sights on. It was significantly stronger than Silver Frost City, and its population was 3 times larger than Silver Frost City's. Occasionally, it could even link up with first-tier mobile cities. Many of the Starlight Realm's upper-ranking hegemonic powers sought to establish a foothold in Night Watch City, but failed to do so. As for the Green God Corporation, it had only received an opportunity to do so thanks to one of its special connections. Even so, the chances of success weren't optimistic. If the Green God Corporation could successfully establish a foothold in Night Watch City simply by relying on an up-and-coming guild like Zero Wing, it would definitely be regarded as a legendary tale on the Starlight continent. Do you think I would joke around with the corporation's future, Elder Mu? Xia Qingying asked as she rolled her eyes at the imposing man beside her. Mu Huangwu. He was one of the Green God Corporation's few 3-star mental strength grandmasters. He was also the corporation's youngest 3-star grandmaster. If not for Mu Huangwu being obsessed with combat and personal improvement in God's domain, he would have long become the #1 candidate for the Green God Corporation's president. You might be serious, but who can guarantee Zero Wing has that capability? Mu Huangwu responded without any reservations. Black Flame? The person ranked 11th on the Sacred Glory list? You can rest assured on this point, Elder Mu. The strength Zero Wing has kept hidden far exceeds your imagination, Xia Qingying said confidently. If Zero Wing fails to help us, I will personally lead a team to Night Watch City, and I won't ever leave the city until the corporation succeeds in establishing a foothold. Xia Qingying had a very optimistic view of the Divine Engraver subclass. If Shifeng could make good on his promise and nurture several bona fide Divine Engravers, the Green God Corporation could easily rely on these Divine Engravers to establish a foothold in Night Watch City. While Xia Qingying and Mu Huangwu were talking, the lounge's door suddenly opened, and in came Shifeng. Apologies for the long wait, Vice President Xia, Shifeng said when he saw that Xia Qingying had brought along with her Mu Huangwu, a famous individual from the Green God Corporation. However, although he was surprised by this development, he maintained a calm expression as he continued. If I'm not mistaken, you seem to have something else to discuss other than our transaction. Mu Huangwu was famous in Shifeng's previous life. Not only was he one of the Green God Corporation's few 3-star grandmasters, but he was also an incredibly talented instructor, having nurtured as many as 5 3-star grandmasters and 1 pseudo-great grandmaster for the Green God Corporation. If not for the Green God Corporation being limited on resources, these numbers might have even doubled. You are as straightforward as always, guild leadership. Xia Qingying faintly smiled when she saw Shifeng walking over. I have already brought the things you asked for. And indeed, besides our transaction, I have another big business proposition for Zero Wing. A big business proposition. Xia Qingying's words piqued Shifeng's curiosity. May I know what it is? Night Watch City, Xia Qingying stated as she raised her hand and sent an electronic document to Shifeng. Here is all the information on Night Watch City. On behalf of the Green God Corporation, I hope to seek Zero Wing's cooperation in securing a foothold in Night Watch City. Night Watch City. Shifeng immediately had his interest piqued. After all, Night Watch City was one of the few places in his previous life that auctioned Stardew regularly. That is indeed a big business proposition. Night Watch City will be holding its annual membership test in a few days. I hope to borrow Zero Wing's strength to help the Green God Corporation's members join the Night Watch Legion's ace battle groups. In return, Zero Wing will receive half of the city contribution points these members receive in the future. What do you think? Xia Qingying suggested. Have you lost your mind, Xia Qingying? Mu Huangwu was dumbfounded by Xia Qingying's offer. Do you know how few of our members can get into the Night Watch Legion's ace battle groups? And you want to give half of their points away. Mu Huangwu was confident that 2 or 3 of the talents under his tutelage could join the Night Watch Legion's ace battle groups. As for everyone else, their chances were incredibly slim. Even with external assistance, the best they could hope for was an extra 1 or 2 members getting into an ace battle group. While that could more or less be considered a good outcome, it was a different story if they had to give half of their members' contribution points away. They would gain nothing from this exchange and even end up with less than what they originally could have obtained. No problem, Shifeng said to Xia Qingying, ignoring Mu Huangwu's rant. I can provide assistance to the Green God Corporation and let all of your members qualify for an ace battle group. However, I want 70% of their city contributions. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 35-21. Chapter 595. Zero Wing's Capability. Chapter 35-21. Chapter 595. Zero Wing's Capability. Chapter 595. Zero Wing's Capability. 70%. Xia Qingying couldn't help but look at Shifeng in astonishment. It was unquestionably absurd to demand a 70% cut, even though she was aware that Zero Wing could utilize divine engravings to help many of the Green God Corporation's members join the Night Watch Legion's ace battle groups. She still found it very difficult to stomach this price. For an official member of the Night Watch Legion to join an ace battle group, not only would they need to undergo a combat assessment, but they would also need to undergo a test for their technical standards. They couldn't just rely on powerful weapons and equipment. After all, for the various upper-ranking hegemonic powers members seeking to join the Night Watch Legion's ace battle groups, acquiring quality weapons and equipment wasn't difficult. What a bold statement! Mu Huangwu stated as he looked at Shifeng with a hint of rage in his eyes. Do you think all those geniuses I have nurtured can get into an ace battle group simply by having Zero Wing's help? Aren't you looking down on the Night Watch Legion a little too much? Do you think the Night Watch Legion is the same as the Star Lake Legion? Mu Huangwu had devoted all his efforts to nurturing a batch of geniuses to join the Night Watch Legion. He had even invested all the resources he had acquired from the Night Watch Legion into this endeavor. But even with all that, he had only managed to get a little under 20 people into the Night Watch Legion. And out of these people, only 3 had a chance of getting into an ace battle group. As for those 3 people in question, every one of them was capable of becoming a 3rd-tier City Legion's commander. Yet now, Shifeng spoke as if anyone could qualify for the Night Watch Legion's ace battle groups. If you are skeptical of Zero Wing's strength, how about we make a bet, Elder Mu? Shifeng smiled as he looked at the furious man seated next to Xia Qingying. If I lose, Zero Wing will raise the basic attributes of the Green God Corporation's members in the Night Watch Legion to the legendary standard for free. That means they'll have basic attributes rivaling players fully equipped with legendary items. Conversely, if Elder Mu loses, you'll have to help Zero Wing in cultivating some geniuses. How about it? Do you dare accept this bet, Elder Mu? Mu Huangwu was very reputable in Shi Feng's previous life. Many conglomerates even tried to invite him to nurture their talents. Unfortunately, after Mu Huangwu helped the Green God Corporation produce a new generation of 3-star grandmasters, he abruptly retired and stopped training people completely. Even when Zero Wing offered to compensate him handsomely, Mu Huangwu still refused. Later down the line, all traces of Mu Huangwu even vanished from the greater world. Now that Mu Huangwu was right before his eyes, Shi Feng naturally had to make good use of this opportunity. If he could get Mu Huangwu to nurture Zero Wing's talents, it would absolutely allow Zero Wing to progress further in this life. Raise their basic attributes to the legendary standard. Mu Huangwu had his interest piqued by Shi Feng's words. Are you serious? The Green God Corporation might have quite a few legendary weapons and equipment, but there was no way it could afford to invest all of these items into the Night Watch Legion. As for increasing the basic attributes to the legendary standard, it was similarly a distant and unachievable dream. However, if Shi Feng was telling the truth and Zero Wing had a way to increase the basic attributes of all of the Green God Corporation's members in the Night Watch Legion to the legendary standard, the number of people capable of joining the Legion's ace battle groups would definitely skyrocket. Vice President Xia can vouch for me on this point, Shi Feng said as he turned to look at Xia Qingying. I can indeed vouch for this point, Xia Qingying said, nodding. But she still couldn't help but look at Shi Feng in confusion, failing to comprehend where Shi Feng was going with his proposition. If that's the case, I can take you up on your wager, Mu Huangwu said, nodding after hearing Xia Qingying's assurance. Then he looked at Shi Feng and asked, So, what do you want to bet on? Please come with me. Seeing that Mu Huangwu had taken the bait, Shi Feng smiled and stepped out of the lounge. What is he trying to do? Xia Qingying wondered as she looked at Shi Feng's departing figure in confusion. Initially, she thought Shi Feng would set the topic of his wager as whether Zero Wing could help improve the basic attributes of the Green God Corporation's members join the Night Watch Legion's ace battle groups. Then he would handily win the bet by using his divine engravings to enhance the weapons and equipment of those members. But Shi Feng didn't intend to make such a one-sided wager by the looks of things. Moreover, he seemed incredibly confident in whatever he had planned. Zero Wing Training Center, top floor advanced combat simulation room. Currently, 19 of Zero Wing's battle group members were training in the simulation room, half the size of a sports stadium. Among them, some were formerly members of the Silver Frost Legion, such as Fire Dance and June Luosha. Now, though, they were officially members of the Star Lake Legion, thanks to Red Frost's authorization. What do you think of Zero Wing's battle group, Elder Mu? Shi Feng asked as he pointed at the individuals training in the room. Do you think they can win the Tier 5 match against the 15 cities later on? Mu Huangwu started to scrutinize the Zero Wing battle group members training in the room. Not a chance, Mu Huangwu stated without hesitation. Then he pointed at 2 women and continued, apart from Fire Dance and June Luosha, only that Assassin and Berserker are adequate. Everyone else's standard is abysmal. None of them are even 1-star grandmasters. They might do fine if they only have to go against one of the 15 cities, but against all 15 cities simultaneously, they might as well not even show up for the match. Guild leader Shi Feng, you can't be thinking of. At this time, Xia Qingying started to have an idea where Shi Feng was going with his bet, and she couldn't help but be surprised. You guessed correctly, Vice President Xia. Since Elder Mu doubts Zero Wing's ability to nurture talents, I naturally have to bet on it with Elder Mu, Shi Feng said, chuckling. Then he looked at Mu Huangwu and continued, seeing as Elder Mu doesn't think Zero Wing's battle group can win against the 15 cities in the Tier 5 match, I will bet on Zero Wing's battle group winning the Tier 5 match. Deal. I accept your bet. You best not regret it, Mu Huangwu said, elated by Shifeng's words. Although he didn't know what kind of capabilities Zero Wing possessed, even if Zero Wing managed to fully equip all of its battle group's members with legendary weapons and equipment, it still wouldn't be possible for them to win the Tier 5 match against the 15 cities. Before coming to Star Lake City, he had already learned about the 15-city situation. So Mu Huangwu knew that the son of Silver Frost City Lord was behind all of this. He also knew that Xiao Quan had hired at least 10 Tier 5 fifth-floor experts. In comparison, Zero Wing's battle group had, at most, 5 fifth-floor experts. Not to mention, apart from having a numerical advantage in fifth-floor experts, the 15 cities could also afford to utilize large-scale magic barriers and battle arrays. In that case, we'll have Vice President Xia serve as our witness, Shifeng said before tapping on his quantum watch and hashing out a betting agreement. According to the agreement, so long as Zero Wing's battle group won against the 15 cities in the Tier 5 match, Mu Huangwu would do his best to help Zero Wing train its talents. Conversely, if Zero Wing's battle group lost the Tier 5 match, Zero Wing would assist the Green God Corporation establish a foothold in Nightwatch City at no cost. Is your guild leader crazy, Luosha? Fire Dance couldn't help but be confused when she saw Shifeng and Mu Huangwu signing a betting agreement with each other. Elder Mu's insight and information network are extraordinary. Since Elder Mu dares to take the bet, the 15 cities must have a numerical advantage over us in terms of fifth-floor experts. Yet, your guild leader sure doesn't plan to call for Zero Wing's other experts to help and only plans to have our group fight? After training with some of Zero Wing's members in the Advanced Combat Simulation Room, Fire Dance learned that Zero Wing had many fifth-floor experts under its command. Moreover, this number exceeded 100. It was just that the people of Star Lake City were unaware of this fact. Now that the 15 cities would soon arrive, Shifeng could have easily called upon these fifth-floor experts to win the upcoming city battle. Yet, instead of doing so, he intended to rely only on Zero Wing's battle group to fight. His actions were simply incomprehensible. I don't know, nonchalantly Jun Luosha said, but I'm sure guild leader sure has a solution. Solution? What solution? That's a force of 3,000 we are talking about. Fire! Dance exclaimed, exasperated by Jun Luosha's response. After Mu Huangwu's group left, Shifeng turned around and walked over to Fire Dance and the others. Then he pulled up a file on his quantum watch and shared it with everyone present. The file was a detailed report on mana purification techniques. Upon reading the report, Fire Dance and the others promptly fell silent. We still have a little more than 10 hours before the battle with the 15 cities begins. I have already sent each of you a bronze mana purification technique, so try to learn as much as you can within this time. I will also reward anyone who succeeds in learning it with an even better mana purification technique, Shifeng said. Then he swept his gaze across the stunned individuals in the room before leaving. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3522. Chapter 596. Cities Gather. Chapter 3522. Chapter 596. Cities Gather. Chapter 596. Cities Gather what? I thought only special weapons and equipment could increase mana strength. I must be seeing things. According to the instructions, so long as I master this bronze mana purification technique, my Tier 5 mana can be strengthened to the standard of Tier 6 NPCs. This is crazy. Where did guild leader sure even get something like this? If news of this gets out, the various Apex powers will definitely lose their minds. Apart from Gentle Snow, Hidden Soul, and Jun Luosha, everyone else in the room fell into a frenzied state after reading the detailed report on bronze mana purification techniques. Aside from feeling ecstatic, They also couldn't help but find the report hard to believe. Fire Dance, in particular, couldn't help but suspect Shifeng was playing a joke on them when she finished reading the information on the bronze mana purification technique. Normally, the strength of players' mana would only increase with their tier. It was common knowledge in God's domain, and no power or player had ever broken this norm. Even the mighty Apex powers were no exception. However, the mana purification technique described in the report shattered this notion. So long as players successfully learned a bronze mana purification technique, they could elevate the strength of their mana by up to 1 tier, which was simply unbelievable. It should be known that the improvement of one's mana wouldn't lead to just an improvement in strength. It would also reduce the difficulty of constructing mana bodies and divine bodies. What was even more unbelievable was that, according to Shifeng, once they learned the bronze mana purification technique he sent them, he would reward them with an even better mana purification technique. Why do you seem unsurprised by all this, Luosha? Fire Dance asked when she noticed the girl beside her looking as cool as a cucumber. We are dealing with a technique that can increase the strength of our mana here. It is probably unique in the entire God's domain. Don't tell me you already knew about it long ago. In response, Jun Luosha frankly nodded and said, the guild leader previously said that this was information classified to core members and above, so I never told you about it. Big Sis Fire. Core members already knew about this secret previously. Fire Dance couldn't help but look at Jun Luosha in astonishment. Previously, she hadn't thought much about becoming a core member of Zero Wing. After all, in her opinion, she already knew everything there was to know about Zero Wing. But now, she realized that she knew nothing about Zero Wing. The mana purification technique's existence could shake the entire greater God's domain. If the various powers got their hands on it, they would probably ensure only their core executives knew about it. Yet now, Zero Wing had not only shared the secret with elite members like her and the others in the room, but it had also allowed them to learn this precious technique. Unless Zero Wing was led by fools, there could only be one reason the guild would do such a thing. It had secrets far more valuable and important than the mana purification technique. However, no matter how Fire Dance racked her mind, she simply couldn't imagine what secrets Zero Wing could have that surpassed the mana purification technique. While Zero Wing's battle group members began studying the bronze purification techniques, Shifeng promptly sent a copy of the bronze purification technique to Red Frost and logged back into God's domain. Xia Qingying had already sent him 200 God crystals, so he intended to utilize the Nameless City's superior environment to start learning how to inscribe an intermediate divine engraving. Fortunately, as Shifeng expected, the dense eternal energy that filled the Nameless City created an excellent learning environment. Even though he had yet to learn a mana purification technique, he only had to spend 150 God crystals, which was equivalent to 3 learning attempts, to grasp the intermediate enhancement engraving. The cost of learning an intermediate divine engraving is truly extravagant. Shifeng winced in pain when he inspected his bag space. The expenditure of God crystals was only to let him experience the inscription process. Besides that, he also had to expend 7 luminaries crystals to put his knowledge into practice. Previously, when he was learning how to draw the basic enhancement engraving, he had expended tens of thousands of units worth of 7 luminaries crystals to expedite the learning process. Now, in order to learn how to inscribe the intermediate enhancement engraving quickly, he had expended over 500,000 units of 7 luminaries crystal. The learning cost had increased by nearly tenfold. Fortunately, he had entrusted the development of divine engravers to Xia Qingying. If it were left to Zero Wing alone, it would have been impossible with the guild's lack of foundation in the greater God's domain. Even so, with how costly it was to nurture divine engravers, the best the Green God Corporation could do was nurture a batch of apprentice divine engravers. After all, the cost of inscribing an intermediate divine engraving was on a completely different level than that of a basic divine engraving. The basic enhancement engraving was only composed of 3 divine patterns. Although the cost of inscribing divine patterns would double with each additional divine pattern inscribed, with the first pattern costing 10 units, the second pattern costing 20 units, and the third pattern costing 40 units. It would only cost 70 units of 7 luminaries crystal to inscribe all 3 divine patterns. In comparison, the intermediate enhancement engraving required the inscription of 6 divine patterns. The 6th divine pattern alone cost 320 units of 7 luminaries crystal to inscribe. This simply wasn't an expenditure an ordinary power could afford on a large scale. Thank goodness I found a treasure like this nameless city. Otherwise, it would be impossible to nurture divine engravers in the future. Shifeng inwardly celebrated when he saw nearly half of his stockpile of 7 luminaries crystals had disappeared. Players needed to expend 7 luminaries crystals to inscribe divine engravings because their mana lacked purity. Unless players had mana nearing the standard of Tier 6 gods, they could not use their mana to inscribe divine engravings. They could only rely on external mana sources, such as 7 luminaries crystals, to do so. In a way, one could say that the art of inscribing divine engravings was not something players of the current era could learn. Fortunately, he had discovered mana purification techniques. With the help of mana purification techniques, players could achieve the mana of Tier 6 gods with relative ease. At that time, players would no longer have to rely on 7 luminaries crystals to inscribe divine engravings. Instead, they could accomplish the task using their own mana, even if it was just barely. At the same time, Shifeng also had to admit that while intermediate enhancement engraving was costly to produce, its effects were leagues above the basic enhancement engraving. The basic enhancement engraving only increased the basic attributes of the inscribed weapon or equipment by 10%, whereas the intermediate enhancement engraving increased basic attributes by 30%. It should be known that this increase wasn't simply included in the modifiers that came with the inscribed item. Instead, it directly enhanced the basic attributes of the inscribed item. Later on, the inscribed item's inherent modifiers could further improve these additional basic attributes. If a player were to be fully equipped with fragmented legendary items inscribed with the intermediate enhancement engraving, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they were fully equipped with legendary items. At this point, Shifeng couldn't even imagine how much of an improvement an advanced divine engraving could bring. Regardless, now that Shifeng had learned how to inscribe the intermediate enhancement engraving, he had officially graduated as an apprentice divine engraver and was now a true divine engraver. So, he promptly began producing intermediate enhancement engraving scrolls. Each production attempt cost 630 units of 7 luminaries crystal, and Shifeng's failure rate was about 50%. In other words, the cost of each intermediate enhancement engraving scroll he produced was a whopping 1,260 units of 7 luminaries crystal. At this price, it would cost him about 15,000 units of 7 luminaries crystal to fully inscribe a player's equipment. And if he were to translate that into a 20-man team, the total cost would be roughly 300,000 units. Subsequently, time quickly passed. Before Shifeng knew it, he had already finished making enough intermediate enhancement engraving scrolls to inscribe 2 20-man teams fully. Although he managed to raise his success rate as his proficiency grew, he still spent most of his 7 luminaries crystals. Now he was only left with a little over 50,000 units, which wasn't even enough to create a Tier 6 divine body. Just when Shifeng was planning to use his remaining time to learn the advanced bronze mana purification technique, he suddenly received an emergency notification from his virtual gaming cabin. At the same time as Shifeng received the emergency notification, an alarm blared throughout Star Lake City, causing everyone in the city to stop what they were doing and look up at the sky. At this time, 15 enormous holographic screens appeared above Star Lake City. Each screen displayed a different mobile city approaching Star Lake City, and these 15 cities had Star Lake City completely surrounded. Faintly, everyone also saw numerous individuals standing atop the walls of these mobile cities, and all of these individuals revealed excited expressions as their respective cities neared Star Lake City. Shortly afterward, the entirety of Star Lake City started to get virtualized, and a holographic timer covering half of the city's sky began counting toward the start of the imminent city battle. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 35:23. Chapter 597. Divine Glory Expert. Chapter 35:23. Chapter 597. Divine Glory Expert. Chapter 597. Divine Glory Expert, they're here! The 15 cities still came in the end. What is the City Lord thinking? So many of the city's powers have already stated that we won't have to fight the 15 cities so long as he removes Zero Wing from the city. The City Lord must have lost his mind. What benefits did Zero Wing offer for him to go to such lengths? Is he really not worried Star Lake City might cease to exist? Despair and frustration filled the inhabitants of Star Lake City when they saw the countdown timer above the city. Star Lake City had just secured its 5th set of power furnace fuel not long ago, so it was the perfect opportunity for development. And if everything went well, they, the inhabitants of Star Lake City, could expect to see a rise in their status and living standards in the greater world. But now, rather than an improvement in living standards, they should be expecting a drastic degradation instead, as Star Lake City was effectively doomed. Fighting against one city and multiple cities in a city battle were two entirely different matters. If a city lost a city battle against multiple cities, it wouldn't lose just one set of fuel. Instead, the number it lost would depend on the number of cities it lost to in points. So long as Star Lake City's total points was lower than one of the 15 cities, it would have to compensate the other party with one set of fuel. This also meant that Star Lake City could potentially lose all of its fuel. And if Star Lake City didn't have enough fuel to settle its debt, it would be forced to dissolve, and its remains divided by the cities that did not receive any fuel. At that time, Star Lake City would also cease to exist. Different from Star Lake City's general populace, the city's various powers and influential families reacted in excitement and joy when they saw the countdown timer in the sky. As per our agreement with Shao Quan, he will leave us with all of Star Lake City's fuel after the city battle, and we will all have a chance to vie for the position of City Lord. Our family will be the one to rule over Star Lake City. We really have to thank Zero Wing for this. Otherwise, who knows how long we would have had to wait for our corporation to have a chance at competing for the City Lord position. When the executives of Star Lake City's various corporations and influential families saw less than 1/3 of the Star Lake Legion's usual members gathered atop Star Lake City's city wall, they couldn't help but reveal delighted smiles. Typically, it was very rare for third-tier mobile cities to see a change in ownership. After all, the city legions of the various third-tier mobile cities were roughly equal in strength, so the chances of a third-tier city winning or losing in a city battle were usually 50-50. Because of this, most third-tier cities could usually maintain their fuel at a certain volume. Not to mention, if a city was lucky, it might even come across a newly born fuel source to blanket its losses. But it was a different story now that Shao Quan, the son of Silver Frost City Lord, was spearheading an attack on Star Lake City. Under normal circumstances, third-tier mobile cities would never join forces. The 15 cities had only agreed to do so to please Shao Quan. Meanwhile, the result of this collaboration was that the 15 cities would be able to easily overwhelm Star Lake City with their numbers and deprive Star Lake City of all its fuel in one fell swoop, forcing it into dissolution. And once Star Lake City dissolved, the position of Star Lake City's City Lord would naturally cease to exist, and the city's future would be determined by the 15 cities that had conquered it. Currently, fewer than 1,000 people could be seen standing atop Star Lake City's city wall. And although these people were members of the Star Lake Legion, most of them didn't officially belong to a battle group. It was just that the Legion's personnel shortage was so severe that it had no choice but to include its reserve members to fill the numbers. After all, unlike in God's domain, players needed to expend their mental strength to maintain their weapons and equipment in a city battle. Moreover, the better the weapon and equipment a participant materialize, the greater the toll on their mental strength would be. Hence, in a city battle, the addition of every participant could bring about a significant impact. While the Star Lake Legion's participants were preparing their respective simulation cabins, an elderly man exuding a dignified aura arrived atop the city wall with a group of young men and women. Following the arrival of this elderly man, both the various powers executives and the city's inhabitants couldn't help but be surprised. The elderly man was Feng Yiqing, the city lord of Star Lake City. It had already been several decades since he had taken on the position of the Feng family's head and Star Lake City's city lord. It had also been several decades since he had become a 3-star grandmaster. At present, it was rumored that he was already a pseudo-great grandmaster, and he was only one step away from reaching the great grandmaster standard. For him to bring his family guards, it seems even Feng Yiqing is unnerved by this situation. Mu Huangwu, who was quietly sipping tea on Star Lake City's spectator stands, commented when he saw Feng Yiqing arriving atop the city wall. All 20 of those youngsters are 1-star grandmasters. One of them has even reached the 5th floor standard, as expected of the family that has ruled over Star Lake City for so many years. They're also equipped with the Feng family's family heirloom, so it shouldn't be difficult for them to defend 2 or 3 capture points in the Tier 6 match. Xia Qingying commented when they saw that all 20 of the youths were equipped in standardized equipment sets. She also couldn't help but admire the Feng family's foundations. It was an incredibly difficult task to nurture a young 5th-floor expert, even for upper-ranking hegemonic powers in the greater God's domain. For a family in the greater world, the difficulty would only be greater. As for the equipment sets the 20 youths wore, they were fragmented legendary battle array equipment sets that could be used to form a small battle array. Fragmented legendary battle array equipment sets were exceedingly rare. They were so rare that players were more likely to encounter a player fully equipped with legendary items than a player equipped in a fragmented legendary battle array equipment set. And although the bonuses the battle array provided could not even match the bonuses provided by one legendary weapon, a fragmented legendary battle array equipment set was easily worth as much as 20 legendary weapons. The reason for this lay in the effects fragmented legendary battle array equipment sets had on real-world city battles. Unlike legendary weapons and equipment, fragmented legendary battle array equipment sets placed very little burden on the wearer's mental strength. On top of that, they also allowed their wearers to form a battle array, which would increase their wearer's basic attributes by 1 piece of legendary equipment's worth and allow the sharing of senses between wearers. Because of these effects, should the Feng family's family guards stick together during the city battle, they would be akin to an impregnable fortress. Not even a 20-man team equipped with legendary weapons could take them down. That's not necessarily true, Mu Huangwu said, shaking his head. Then he pointed toward Myriad Forest City, which vaguely looked like it was the leading force of the 15 cities, and continued, "Do you see that masked giant standing on the Myriad Forest City side? Don't you find him familiar?" Masked giant. Xia Qingying followed Mu Huangwu's finger and focused her gaze on the Myriad Forest City. Then her eyes quickly widened as she gasped and exclaimed, "How is this possible? How did Shao Quan enlist the help of the 100-armed giant?" The masked giant, Mu Huangwu pointed out, was a 3-meter-tall masked man. Even with the man's face being hidden, Xia Qingying still recognized him at first glance. 100-armed giant, the 92nd ranked player on the Divine Glory list. Unlike the Luminous Glory and the Sacred Glory lists, The Divine Glory list was a powerhouse ranking list recognized by all, while experts ranked on the Divine Glory list were experts standing at the apex of the various realms. The Divine Glory list had 1,000 spots. Among them, the top 100 spots served as a major dividing line. Every expert in the top 100 of the Divine Glory list had mastered at least 2 or more gold combat techniques. Additionally, each of them was fully equipped with legendary weapons and equipment. In the presence of these individuals, the average fifth-floor expert couldn't even compare. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3524. Chapter 598. Red Frost's Peak Condition. Chapter 3524. Chapter 598. Red Frost's Peak Condition. Chapter 598. Red Frost's Peak Condition. Mr. Hunterdarm, as per our agreement, we will leave Feng Yiqing's family guards to you. Myriad Sky, the Myriad Forest Legion's commander, calmly said to the resting 3-meter-tall giant before her in an alluring tone. However, despite her calm manner of speech, hints of fear and awe could be seen in her eyes. Of the 15 cities attacking Star Lake City this time, Myriad Forest City could be said to be the strongest. It was also the closest to becoming a second-tier city out of all third-tier cities operating in this region. Currently, not only did Myriad Forest City have enough fuel to operate 17 power furnaces, but its size was also close to matching that of second-tier cities. There were even 3 upper-ranking hegemonic powers based in the city. Normally, Myriad Forest City would have never entertained Shao Quan's willful demand to attack Star Lake City. However, when Shao Quan showed up in Myriad Forest City with the 100-armed giant in tow, the city had no choice but to reevaluate its opinion of the son of Silver Frost City's city lord. Anyone capable of ranking on the Divine Glory list was, without a doubt, an apex existence in the greater God's domain. As for those ranked within the Divine Glory list's top 100, they were monsters capable of bringing about the doom of an upper-ranking hegemonic power so long as they desired. Sure, leave them to me, 100-armed giant said, nodding as he glanced at the holographic screen above Myriad Forest City. Myriad Skice breathed a sigh of relief when she heard 100-armed giant's response. For a moment, she was honestly worried the Divine Glory expert might refuse to listen to commands. When it came to the Star Lake Legion, it was of little significance in the eyes of Myriad Forest City and its City Legion. However, it was a different story for Feng Yiqing. After all, Feng Yiqing was rumored to be a half-step great grandmaster who was close to crossing the final threshold. The family guards he nurtured naturally wouldn't be pushovers. If it was only a matter of defeating Star Lake City in a city battle, Myriad Forest City could easily complete its part. However, the 15 cities' goal this time was the destruction of Star Lake City. They needed to ensure Zero Wing did not have a place to call home. Currently, there were 2 major threats in the Star Lake Legion. The first threat was the Legion's commander, Red Frost. The second threat was Feng Yiqing's family guards. Star Lake Legion would have 10 capture points it needed to defend. If it managed to defend 2 or 3 capture points in the Tier 6 match, there was a chance it could continue to exist. This was not an outcome Myriad Forest City wished to see. After all, Myriad Forest City had already agreed with Shao Quan that as long as Star Lake City perished, 100-armed giant would offer his help to Myriad Forest City once. If Myriad Forest City could gain the help of the 92nd ranked Divine Glory expert when competing for its 20th set of fuel in the future, its victory would be assured, and it would finally become a second-tier mobile city. Preparations on Moon Trail City's side are complete. We can move out whenever Commander Sky. Hidden Leaf City is ready as well. We only await your command, Commander Sky. When the countdown timer for the city battle's Tier 6 match reached 0, the various city legions surrounding Star Lake City promptly expressed their readiness to attack Star Lake City. Good. Everyone move according to plan. Each city's battle groups will be responsible for one capture point. Do not give the enemy any chance to group up. Myriad Sky commanded when she saw that the other 14 city legions were ready to move. Immediately, 150 battle groups, consisting of 3,000 individuals, began surging out of the 15 cities. Then, each city's battle groups gathered under one command before quickly making their way towards Star Lake City. Each of the 15 cities had 10 battle groups consisting of 200 tier 6 experts. Even if one of these cities was unfortunate enough to encounter the entirety of the Star Lake Legion shortly after entering Star Lake City, it was unlikely to suffer destruction within a short time. On the contrary, as the battle dragged out, more and more of the other cities' battle groups would gather, making it even more impossible for the Star Lake Legion to accomplish anything. The Star Lake Legion would even suffer annihilation once enough reinforcements arrived. As for the possibility of the Star Lake Legion fleeing into the 15 cities, it wouldn't matter even if that happened. Whether the Star Lake Legion decided to split up and attack multiple cities or concentrate all of its forces into one city, the Star Lake Legion's battle groups were bound to come across the battle groups of the cities they decided to attack. Ultimately, they still couldn't avoid being surrounded and annihilated. Meanwhile, when Star Lake City's inhabitants saw this sight through the holographic screens above the city, they couldn't help but gasp. Even the Star Lake Legion's veteran members felt their scalps going numb at this sight. It was obvious that the 15 cities intended to bring ruin to Star Lake City without giving it any opportunities to resist. Less than 10 minutes later, the 15 cities' battle groups entered Star Lake City from multiple directions. Then, they began searching for the Star Lake Legion's members and capture points. We've arrived at Capture Point 3. We discovered nobody here. Capture Point 1 is undefended as well. Same with Capture Point 8. When the various cities' battle groups started to occupy Star Lake City's capture points one after another, the various cities were surprised to discover that the Star Lake Legion was defending none of these capture points. Sure enough, they've chosen to concentrate their forces, Myriad Sky muttered when she heard the reports from the various city legions. However, she wasn't surprised by this development. She would have made a similar decision if she had been in charge of the Star Lake Legion. A 20-man battle group is approaching us from the front. Commander Sky, the Tier 6 ranger beside Myriad Sky suddenly reported. They're still over a kilometer away, and we'll encounter them in 20 seconds. Are you sure it's just one battle group? Myriad Sky was a little surprised by this situation. A full battle group of 20 participants might be an adequate force in a city battle between two cities, but it was far from sufficient when the opponent consisted of 15 cities. Not to mention, with the 15 cities' current distribution of forces, even if the Star Lake Legion had only split its forces into 2 teams of 100 participants, it would still be a very foolish decision. That's right, it's just one battle group of 20, the ranger affirmed. They look like they are deliberately coming to us, and the person leading the battle group seems to be the Star Lake Legion's commander, Red Frost. The Sky Piercer is coming. 100-armed giant, who was walking alongside the Myriad Forest Legion, suddenly revealed a look of interest. I heard rumors saying she had the potential to enter the top 100 during her peak. Do you think this might be a trap of the Star Lake Legion, Mr. 100-Arm? Myriad Sky asked. She couldn't help but feel something was amiss when she heard her subordinates report. Less than 1,000 meters separated both sides currently. At this distance, Tier 6 players using scouting skills could easily discover each other. So, it shouldn't be a mistake to say that Red Frost had already discovered the Myriad Forest Legion. But with only 20 participants on her side, why would Red Frost take the initiative to approach the Myriad Forest Legion's 200-man team? So what if it's a trap? 100-armed giant said in disdain. Setting aside the fact that Red Frost is no longer at the peak, even in her prime, she only had a chance to break into the top 100. even with the support of Feng Yiqing's family guards. What can they do against me? Hearing this, Myriad Sky couldn't help but agree with Hundred-Armed Giant. Hundred-Armed Giant was an expert currently ranked among the Divine Glory list's top 100, whereas Red Frost the Skypiercer only had a chance of breaking into the top 100 during her peak. The two were on completely different levels. Not to mention, the Myriad Forest Legion had a massive numerical advantage over Red Frost's battle group. About 20 seconds after the Tier 6 Ranger reported his findings, a group of participants appeared before the Myriad Forest Legion. The group consisted of 20 participants, and it was led by a long-haired woman clad in white holy armor and armed with a crimson spear. At the same time as this battle group appeared, Myriad Sky couldn't help but shudder. It was especially so when she felt the presence of the goddess-like woman. It felt as if she was standing before a Tier 6 god, and this realization filled her mind with doubts. Was the Red Frost before them still not in her peak form? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3525. Chapter 599, Divine Downfall. Chapter 3525. Chapter 599. Divine Downfall. Chapter 599. Divine Downfall. What kind of terrible luck does Commander Red Frost have? Why did she have to come across Hundred-Armed Giant right off the bat? Hundred-Armed Giant came in 92nd on the latest Divine Glory list. I recall the last time he took action was when he stole from the Red Dragon Nation. At the time, the Flame Dragon Legion, led by the Red Dragon Nation's first vice guild leader, was raiding a world boss called the Evil Void Dragon. The raid had proceeded smoothly from start to finish, but as soon as the boss died, Hundred-Armed Giant suddenly appeared and snatched the Void Axe, a fragmented divine artifact that dropped. I also heard about that incident. Although the Flame Dragon Legion tried to hunt him down, Hundred-Armed Giant ultimately got away after killing several dozen of the Flame Dragon Legion's experts. Also, strangely enough, the Red Dragon Nation didn't try to escalate the matter afterward. When Star Lake City's inhabitants saw the encounter between Red Frost's battle group and Hundred-Armed Giant, they couldn't help but grow anxious. Even the Star Lake Legion's spectating vice commanders were no exception. Hundred-Armed Giant was incredibly famous in the greater God's domain, and it would be rare to find somebody who hadn't heard about him and his recent achievement. The Flame Dragon Legion was the pseudo-apex power Red Dragon Nation's trump card legion. It consisted of 1,000 Tier 6 experts, and all of its team leaders were 5th floor experts, while its vice commanders were Saint-ranked experts. Under the effects of the Legion's battle array, they were a force that was beyond the comprehension of anyone in Star Lake City. The Flame Dragon Legion was so powerful that even if the 15 city legions currently attacking Star Lake City were to band together, these 15 legions still wouldn't fare any better than a baby would in a fight against an adult. Yet, Hundred-Armed Giant had not only successfully escaped from the pursuit of the Flame Dragon Legion, but he had even killed dozens of the Legion's experts in the process. His strength was already beyond description. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Hundred-Armed Giant alone was more challenging of an opponent than the entirety of the 15 cities' 3,000-man army. Ha ha ha! Wonderful! Let's see how our mighty commander can continue acting arrogantly in Star Lake City after this. Chun Chilin, a former Star Lake Legion vice commander, reacted in joy and excitement when he saw Red Frost meeting Hundred-Armed Giant. In the past, be it in prestige or strength, nobody in Star Lake City could challenge Red Frost. She held so much influence in the city that she could deprive him of his position as a vice commander with only a few words, turning him into an absolute joke in the city. Moreover, he had no choice but to endure the humiliation, as there was nothing he could do against a pseudo-great grandmaster like Red Frost. But now, he would finally get to see Red Frost suffering defeat. The current Star Lake Legion was a far cry from before. Because of many experts withdrawing, the Legion couldn't even field 10 full Tier 6 battle groups for the city battle. And although the city lord had included his family guards at the last minute, the Star Lake Legion still only managed to field a little over 60 participants for the Tier 6 match, of which nearly 1/3 were with Red Frost. Normally, had Red Frost managed to flee into one of the other mobile cities with the city lord's family guards and conducted guerrilla warfare, it would have still been possible for Star Lake City to earn some points from the Tier 6 match. However, now that Red Frost had encountered 100-Armed Giant, the Tier 6 match was as good as over. While Red Frost might be a Divine Glory expert in the past, it should be known that 100-Armed Giant was currently ranked 92nd on the Divine Glory list. Ignoring the fact that Red Frost was no longer at her peak, even if she were still in her prime, she still wouldn't be a match for 100-Armed Giant. Meanwhile, as Red Frost's battle group moved closer and closer to the Myriad Forest Legion, to everyone's surprise, Red Frost suddenly charged ahead of her battle group. It did not look like she intended to work with her allies to break the Myriad Forest Legion's defensive line. Not bad, as expected of someone who had the potential to enter the top 100. When 100-Armed Giant saw Red Frost charging ahead with her crimson spear, a look of interest surfaced on his face. Then he commanded, "Leave her to me. You guys get rid of the others." "We'll have to trouble you with that, then, Mr. 100-Arm," Myriad Sky said, sighing in relief. In Myriad Sky's opinion, the current Red Frost felt no different than a Tier 6 god, and she highly doubted the Myriad Forest Legion could take Red Frost on. Without 100-Armed Giant's assistance, the 15 cities would have to concentrate all of their forces and erect magic barriers to be able to kill Red Frost. So, it was naturally good news that 100-Armed Giant was willing to take action. Following Myriad Sky's response, 100-Armed Giant's 3-meter-tall frame suddenly vanished. Then he reappeared within 20 yards of Red Frost, his speed stunning many of the Tier 6 experts present. "He's so fast. Is this the famous space crossing steps? Didn't they say that even 3-star Grandmasters would have difficulty executing gold combat techniques in simulation warfare? How did he manage it so easily? Is this the strength of the top 100 Divine Glory experts?" Many gasped when they saw 100-Armed Giant's lightning-quick maneuvers. Even Myriad Sky couldn't help but widen her eyes in shock. Unlike in God's domain, players would have their physical strength heavily suppressed in simulation warfare. Not to mention, players also needed to expend mental strength to maintain their weapons and equipment in simulation warfare. Because of these two factors, it was incredibly challenging for players to execute complex maneuvers, such as gold combat techniques. Yet 100-Armed Giant had executed space crossing steps, which was a gold combat technique and his trademark move, with little to no stress. It was simply unbelievable. Meanwhile, at the same time as 100-Armed Giant appeared before Red Frost, a dark gray axe appeared in his hand. The instant the axe appeared, the intensity of the aura 100-Armed Giant radiated increased substantially, causing many of the Tier 6 experts present to shudder involuntarily. "Is that the Void Axe?" Mu Huangwu, who was spectating the match from inside the city, couldn't help but marvel at the dark gray axe decorated by electric arcs. With that fragmented divine axe in hand, 100-Armed Giant can probably trade blows with the various pseudo-apex powers taboos. Even if that madwoman is still at her peak right now, I doubt she can last more than 5 moves against him. Sitting next to Mu Huangwu, Xia Qingying revealed a grim look when she saw 100-Armed Giant taking out the Void Axe. The Tier 6 match took up a significant portion of the city battle's points. If Star Lake City lost the Tier 6 match to a miserable extent, it wouldn't matter how well the city did in the Tier 4 and Tier 5 matches. There would be no salvaging the situation anymore. While everyone was distracted by the Void Axe, 100-Armed Giant attacked Red Frost without hesitation, executing his other trademark move, the gold combat technique Meteoric Laceration. In only an instant, Hundred-Armed Giant had executed over 100 slashes from various angles, creating a web of rapid attacks that gave Red Frost neither time nor space to evade. He was fully committed to eliminating the Star Lake Legion's commander as quickly as possible. At this moment, even though they weren't the actual target of Hundred-Armed Giant's meteoric laceration, everyone present could feel the threat of death descending looming over them. Good. You'll serve as a good test subject for the fruits of my research. Red Frost did not grow flustered in the face of Hundred-Armed Giant's attack. On the contrary, she revealed a look of excitement as she entered a stance and gathered the surrounding mana to the tip of her spear. Then she charged forward and executed the forbidden technique she had spent years studying. Forbidden technique, God's return. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of metal colliding echoed throughout Star Lake City time and again as axe and spear clashed, the intensity of the collisions creating shockwaves that spread over 1,000 yards. Before anyone could react, a figure suddenly shot out from the epicenter of the shockwaves and crashed into a nearby metal building, the HP bar above the figure's head shrinking 1/3 in size. Then, upon getting a clear look at this figure, everyone's jaws fell wide open. This was because the figure in question belonged to none other than the 92nd ranked Divine Glory expert, Hundred-Armed Giant. TL notes: 1. Forbidden technique. I have no idea if forbidden technique is an extension of the combat technique, category mana technique, category, or if it's something entirely new. For the time being, it looks like it is either an extension of the mana technique category or something entirely new. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 35-26. Chapter 600. Complete Victory. Chapter 35-26. Chapter 600. Complete Victory. Chapter 600. Complete Victory. Hundred-Armed Giant lost? When Myriad Sky saw the familiar figure embedded in the nearby building, she revealed a bewildered look. Her mind failed to process what had just happened. It should be known that Hundred-Armed Giant had executed Meteoric Laceration, a gold combat technique. Moreover, he had done so using the Void Axe, a fragmented divine artifact. Even a Tier 6 god of the same level wouldn't be able to withstand his attack head-on and take evasive measures. Yet Red Frost, the Sky Piercer who was no longer in her prime, had managed to overpower Hundred-Armed Giant in a direct confrontation. I must be hallucinating. How can that Hundred-Armed Giant lose? At this moment, Myriad Sky and the Myriad Forest Legion's members weren't the only ones in disbelief. This development similarly dumbfounded the spectators of Star Lake City and the 15 cities. It was especially so for Star Lake City's various powers, Chinchilin, and the other former Star Lake Legion members. Their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. While none of them had ever seen Red Frost fighting with her full strength, Chinchilin and the others still had a general idea of her strength. In their opinions, Red Frost was, at most, close to the standard of Tier 6 gods. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been a need for her to retire in a measly third-tier city. So, how exactly did she manage to defeat Hundred-Armed Giant in one exchange? Impossible. Even if Red Frost is still at her peak, she only has the potential to enter the Divine Glory list's top 100, whereas Hundred-Armed Giant is a genuine top 100 expert. How could he have lost to her after just one exchange? Chinchilin jumped out of his seat when he saw the scene displayed above the city. No matter the place, experts ranked among the Divine Glory list's top 100 were existences capable of single-handedly turning the tides of battle. If Red Frost had the strength to topple the 92nd ranked Divine Glory expert in just one exchange, then the course of the entire city battle would change because of Red Frost. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, after Hundred-Armed Giant fell out of the dent he created in the metal building, He couldn't help but look at Red Frost with a tinge of fear in his eyes. It seems all of those rumors of you getting cursed in a sanctuary and losing your strength were nonsense. You did acquire that ruin's legacy, Hundred-Armed Giant said as he drank a Grandmaster regeneration potion. Then, after recollecting himself, he continued, "But, even if that move of yours has already reached the level of taboos, you still have a long way to go if you want to win this match." After saying so, Hundred-Armed Giant turned his gaze toward Myriad Sky. "Commander Sky, have all your healers assist me in distracting Red Frost. That move she used expends a lot of mental strength, so she cannot sustain it for long," Hundred-Armed Giant commanded without caring for his reputation. "While I'm distracting her, the rest of you take care of the others. Also, have all other cities' battle groups gather toward us. Even if Red Frost is already at the standard of taboos, we can still wear her down." If he had encountered Red Frost in the greater god's domain, he would have turned around and fled without hesitation. But now that he had a force of 3,000 to work with, defeating Red Frost wasn't out of the question. "Okay," Myriad Sky agreed. After snapping out of her daze, her unsettled heart quickly calmed down. As Hundred-Armed Giant stated, even if Red Frost was strong enough to rival taboos, existences who were equipped with divine artifacts, there was a limit to her strength in a city battle environment. With their overwhelming numerical advantage, they could most certainly whittle her down. Not to mention, they had Hundred-Armed Giant, an existence capable of trading blows with Red Frost on their side. Immediately, the Myriad Forest Legion split into two groups under Myriad Sky's arrangement. Among them, one group consisted of 26 healers responsible for supporting Hundred-Armed Giant. Red Frost shouldn't think of killing Hundred-Armed Giant now, unless she could kill him within an instant. As for the remaining 172 players, Myriad Sky led them into a charge against the 19 other members of Red Frost's battle group. If they could eliminate these 19 players before the city Lord's family guards arrived, it would reduce the amount of support Red Frost could receive. "How decisive of you!" When Red Frost saw Hundred-Armed Giant seeking help from the Myriad Forest Legion, she couldn't help but admire the other party. "I thought a solo expert like yourself would refuse to work with others no matter what." There were countless experts in the greater god's domain. Among them, solo experts capable of entering the divine glory list typically disliked cooperating with others in a fight. It was especially so when they were facing lone opponents. In such scenarios, solo experts would prefer a one-on-one fight and forbid others from interfering. Firstly, it was because one-on-one battles allowed for better honing of their skills. Secondly, it was rare for solo experts to find opportunities to fight equally skilled opponents in a one-on-one scenario, so every opportunity had to be cherished. "I don't have a choice. If it were possible, I wouldn't want to do this either," Hundred-Armed Giant calmly replied when he saw Red Frost showing no signs of resuming their fight right away. "Don't go saying that I'm despicable for relying on numbers, either. If you have to blame someone, blame yourselves for provoking someone you shouldn't have provoked." While Hundred-Armed Giant was speaking, Myriad Sky and the players she led had already started to attack the members of Red Frost's battle group. The 172 players Myriad Sky led were all titled experts, fully equipped with fragmented legendary items. For the sake of this city battle, Myriad Forest City had even loaned a legendary weapon to every team leader of the Myriad Forest Legion. When facing titled experts without legendary weapons, it would be a piece of cake for these team leaders to go 1-on-10 while relying on their advantage in basic attributes. Only fifth-floor experts could possibly defeat them. Despicable. Red Frost laughed when she heard Hundred-Armed's words. "Why would I? On the contrary, I should be the one saying those words to you." "What?" Hundred-Armed Giant couldn't help but be puzzled by Red Frost's words. It was especially so when he saw that Red Frost still had no intentions of moving and was simply watching Myriad Sky's group take action against her battle group members. Admittedly, Red Frost's battle group members were strong, each being a 1-star Grandmaster or higher. However, none of them were 5th floor experts, so there was no way they could win against Myriad Sky's group. I originally planned to mess with you for a bit, but now it seems that won't be possible, Red Frost said. Then she looked toward the confidants she led and calmly said, "You guys can stop suppressing yourselves. It's time to show these people what happens when they provoke the wrong person." As soon as Red Frost said so, a mighty aura that closely rivaled Red Frost started to spread from the 19 members of her battle group. Suddenly, it felt as if 19 Tier 6 gods had descended upon the battlefield. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 35-27. Chapter 601. First Tier Mobile City. Chapter 35-27. Chapter 601. First Tier Mobile City. Chapter 601. First Tier Mobile City Impossible. When Red Frost's battle group members unleashed their auras, everyone from the Myriad Forest Legion was dumbfounded. Even 100-armed giant's jaw had fallen a little. Setting aside Red Frost's combat standards, it should be known that in terms of basic attributes alone, she already rivaled Tier 6 gods. So, the fact that Red Frost's battle group members radiated an aura closely matching that of Red Frost meant that aside from Red Frost, there were 19 other Tier 6 gods in Red Frost's battle group. Tier 6 gods. 19 Tier 6 gods. Tier 6 gods were already considered apex existences throughout the entire greater gods domain. Even the existence of just one Tier 6 god was enough to warrant great caution from an upper-ranking hegemonic power. If Tier 6 players weren't fully equipped with legendary weapons and equipment, they would have difficulty putting up any form of meaningful resistance. As for a force of 19 Tier 6 gods, that was more than enough to destroy an empire in the greater gods domain, let alone the 15 city legions. At this time, even the Star Lake Legion's spectating members couldn't help but be stunned by this unexpected revelation. They never thought their legion would have kept such strength hidden. Damn it! Everyone retreat! Myriad Sky instinctively commanded after sensing the auras of the 19 players before her exploding in intensity. In the face of players with basic attributes nearing Tier 6 gods, even the Myriad Forest Legion's team leaders, who were each equipped with a legendary weapon, could last no more than a few exchanges before getting killed. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that just one of Red Frost's battle group members was enough to take on all of the Myriad Forest Legion's team leaders. Needless to say, the members without legendary weapons would fare even worse. In that case, how are they supposed to go up against Red Frost's 19 battle group members? Unfortunately, Myriad Sky's command was of little use, as Red Frost's battle group members had already started attacking the Myriad Forest Legion's members as soon as they stopped suppressing themselves. Even without the use of powerful gold combat techniques, Tier 6 curses, or Tier 6 taboo skills, Red Frost's battle group members could easily claim the lives of several Myriad Forest Legion members with every bronze combat technique, Tier 6 skill, or Tier 6 spell they used. Only the Myriad Forest Legion's team leaders, equipped with legendary weapons, could barely resist. Even so, they would still get sent flying and lose a significant portion of their HP. In no time at all, the Myriad Forest Legion had already lost more than 50 members. How is this possible? 100-armed giant couldn't help but look at Red Frost's battle group members in confusion. Even if Star Lake City managed to find a backer and acquire a large number of legendary items, only 3-star Grandmasters could materialize a full set of legendary items. Where did Star Lake City find so many young 3-star Grandmasters? 3-star mental strength Grandmasters were incredibly rare, and it was even more so for 3-star Grandmasters of such a young age. Even conglomerates would only have a handful of such talented individuals. In order to gather so many young 3-star Grandmasters, the full support of a pseudo-apex power would be required at the very least. However, before 100-armed giant could figure out the situation, Red Frost had already raised her spear and thrust the weapon at him. In a situation where the Star Lake Legion didn't even have 100 members participating in the Tier 6 match, the first thing the Legion needed to accomplish to ensure its victory would be to eliminate the greatest threat, 100-armed giant. Then the Star Lake Legion would have to quickly eliminate the 15 city legions one after another before they managed to respond. Otherwise, with the 15 city legions' numerical advantage, they could easily have half of their forces keep the Star Lake Legion pinned with magic barriers while the rest of their forces occupied Star Lake City's capture points. The 15 city legions could even opt to conduct guerrilla warfare since, with the disparity in numbers, it would be impossible for the Star Lake Legion to occupy too many capture points. Regardless of which option the 15 cities chose, Star Lake City would ultimately lose. Meanwhile, 100-armed giant quickly realized this point and tried to escape. Unfortunately, Red Frost didn't give him such an opportunity and repeatedly executed God's return with her spear. Even with more than 20 healers healing him, 100-armed giant had no choice but to commit everything to defense. Otherwise, if he allowed Red Frost's attacks to connect with his body, not even a force of 20-plus healers could keep him alive. It's over. When the 15 city spectators saw Red Frost picking off 100-armed giant's healers one after another and ultimately finishing off the 92nd ranked Divine Glory expert, their hearts could no longer remain calm. They couldn't find any words to comment on the situation, either, as none of them had expected such an outcome. Even so, with 100-armed giant's death and the myriad forest legion's annihilation, even if the remaining 14 city legions managed to group up to a certain extent afterward, it was unlikely they could put up any meaningful resistance against Red Frost's battle group. Indeed, as everyone expected, in the following 2 hours, Red Frost's battle group swiftly annihilated or crippled 11 out of the 15 city legions before they managed to react. Then, the 20-man battle group split up and took independent action as the remaining 4 city legions could no longer pose a significant threat to them. Even though the remaining 4 city legions eventually chose to conduct guerrilla warfare, the Star Lake Legion still managed to occupy over 50 capture points. Moreover, the Star Lake Legion occupied at least 3 capture points from each city. So, unless the 15 cities could annihilate the Star Lake Legion in the subsequent Tier 5 and Tier 4 matches, all 15 cities would have to lose one set of power furnace fuel. Meanwhile, following the conclusion of the Tier 6 match, all of Star Lake City's inhabitants celebrated in joy. With the Star Lake Legion's massive victory in the Tier 6 match, so long as the Legion didn't lose too miserably in the Tier 4 and Tier 5 matches, Star Lake City could acquire several more sets of fuel. This would undoubtedly propel Star Lake City's development to the next level. At the same time, though, many who had withdrawn from the Star Lake Legion couldn't help but regret their decisions. Myriad Forest City. In a viewing room situated on the top floor of the city's tallest building, the city lords of the 15 cities and the executives of numerous powers were currently gathered here. However, be it the 15 city lords or the various powers executives, everyone wore cautious looks as they sat around a gloomy young man, their behavior making it seem like the young man was the top figure in the room. Apart from the gloomy young man, the 20 young men and women who sat around him were also targets of caution for the various city lords and executives. This was because half of these 20 youths were 2-star grandmasters, while the other half were 3-star grandmasters. Though, compared to the mental strength of these youths, what struck fear in everyone present was their status. They were members of a Tier 5 ace battle group from Skystar City, a first-tier mobile city. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that these 20 youths were far out of the reach of any of the city lords present. Normally, these city lords would only get to see these youths when they spectated first-tier city battles. At other times, they wouldn't be able to get acquainted with these youths, even if they wanted to. It seems I will have to rely on you in the next match, Brother Tianhao, Xiao Quan said to the gloomy young man beside him. No problem, the gloomy young man nonchalantly replied. As per our agreement, it will cost you 4,000 eternal gold if we take action. Naturally. Xiao Quan nodded. So long as you can annihilate Zero Wings members, I will send the money to you in no more than 2 days, Brother Tianhao. All right, leave it to us, the gloomy young man said, smiling. I kept hearing Fry talk about how formidable Zero Wing is. Let's see if Zero Wing really is as extraordinary as Fry claims. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3528. Chapter 602. Zero Wing takes the field. Chapter 3528. Chapter 602. Zero Wing takes the field. Chapter 602. Zero Wing takes the field inside the viewing room. When the gloomy young man going by the name of Luo Tianhao finished speaking, he left the room with his subordinates to participate in the upcoming Tier 5 match. Meanwhile, it was only after the youths from Sky Star City had left did everyone in the room dare to start breathing normally. What should we do next, young master Xiao Quan? Myriad Forest City, Lord asked respectfully after approaching Xiao Quan. Hearing Myriad Forest City, Lord's question, the other city lords also respectfully looked toward Xiao Quan, none of them exuding the majesty and dignity of a city lord. Initially, the main reason they had agreed to go along with Xiao Quan's willfulness was so that they could get into Silver Frost City's good graces. But after seeing the forces Xiao Quan had brought with him to Silver Frost City, they no longer cared about buttering up to Silver Frost City. Instead, they felt that it would be much more worthwhile to gain the favor of Xiao Quan himself. First, it was 100-armed giant, the 92nd ranked expert on the Divine Glory list. Now, it was one of the Tier 5 ace battle groups of Skystar City, a first-tier mobile city. Logically, whether it was 100-armed giant or Skystar City's ace battle group, neither should be within reach of the son of a second-tier city lord. The fact that Xiao Quan could get these two forces to work for him meant that there was more to his identity than meets the eye. You don't have to be nervous. All you need to do is have your forces cooperate with Brother Tianhao in the Tier 5 match. Leave everything else to Brother Tianhao, Xiao Quan said, chuckling nonchalantly. Understood. The various city lords responded unanimously. Then they promptly contacted the city legions under their command. Meanwhile, a smirk appeared on Xiao Quan's face as he looked at the distant Star Lake City and thought, Qingying, you might think you have found yourself a powerful backer, but you simply have no idea what kind of existence your Feng has provoked. A few days ago, a development unbeknownst to him must have occurred, as his superior had abruptly allowed him to utilize Demon's Gate's forces on the Starlight continent. Meanwhile, the command he received was to permanently erase Zero Wing from the greater world. When he received this command, he decided to use this opportunity to thoroughly show Xia Qingying the consequences of offending him. Although a minor accident had occurred with the arrangements he made for the Tier 6 match, what truly mattered was the upcoming Tier 5 match. To ensure Star Lake City's defeat in the Tier 5 match, he had even paid a heavy price to get one of Skystar City's Tier 5 ace battle groups to serve as reserve members for the Myriad Forest Legion. As for the battle group Luo Tianhao led, it stood among the apex of all Tier 5 battle groups on the Starlight continent. There was no way Zero Wing's recently established battle group could compete against it. Time passed quickly. 10 minutes after the Tier 6 match concluded, the Tier 5 participants of all 16 cities began entering their simulation cabins, one after another. However, when the Myriad Forest Legion's Tier 5 participants made their initial appearance, an uproar immediately occurred among the 16 third-tier mobile cities. Heavens! Why do those participants from the Myriad Forest Legion look like they're Skystar City's ace battle group members? They don't just look like them. They are them. They represented Skystar City in the most recent first-tier city battle. Everyone was surprised to see Luo Tianhao and his battle group appearing on Myriad Forest City's side. Even Mu Huangwu and Xia Qingying, who were spectating from Star Lake City's spectator stand, were shocked by this development. What did Xiao Quan do? How did he get one of Skystar City's ace battle groups to help him? Confusion filled Xia Qingying's eyes as she looked at the holographic screen displaying the Myriad Forest Legion's Tier 5 participants. Since when did first-tier cities interfere with the struggles of second- and third-tier cities? On the Starlight continent, first-tier cities were essentially unattainable existences for the various second- and third-tier cities. Normally, first-tier cities would find it beneath themselves to even meddle with the struggles of top-ranking second-tier cities, let alone third-tier cities. After all, the two stood on completely different playing fields. Aside from a significant difference in equipment standards, there also existed a massive difference in mental strength standards. In a second-tier city legion, 3-star grandmasters were extremely rare, but in a first-tier city legion, 3-star grandmasters were very common. They were so common that every battle group would have a 3-star grandmaster leading it. As for ace battle groups, while not all members would be 3-star grandmasters, they would be at the very least 2-star limit grandmasters. Additionally, all of them were fully equipped with legendary weapons and equipment, and they were even capable of materializing all of their equipment in battle. This was a stark contrast to the ace battle group members of second- and third-tier legions, where many of them couldn't materialize legendary items, even if they possessed some. As for the combat standards of a first-tier legion's ace battle group members, they were all at the 5th floor standard at the very least. At this moment, Xia Qingying wasn't the only one shocked by this development. Even Red Frost, who had relaxed after winning the Tier 6 match, couldn't help but look at Myriad Forest City's screen with twitching eyes. Exactly what kind of existence did our mighty guild leader of Zero Wing offend? Previously, Red Frost was still rather confident in Shurfeng's ability to win the Tier 5 match. However, after seeing one of Skystar City's ace battle groups appearing in the Myriad Forest Legion, she couldn't help but grow worried. Even if they were talking about the Tier 6 match, a battle group of Tier 5 5th floor experts, fully equipped with legendary weapons and equipment, could probably win against the 15 cities. Placing such a battle group in the Tier 5 match of a third-tier city battle was simply cheating. With such a frightening battle group present, how was Zero Wing supposed to win the Tier 5 match? Apart from Shurfeng, Zero Wing's battle group had, at most, for other 5th floor experts. Even if they were fully equipped with fragmented legendary items strengthened by intermediate divine engravings, their basic attributes would still be slightly inferior to players fully equipped with legendary items. Not to mention, they wouldn't have access to the other bonuses and abilities of legendary items. While everyone was discussing Skystar City's ace battle group, the bell signaling the start of the Tier 5 match sounded. Following the start of the Tier 5 match, the 15 city legions promptly gathered at one location, as previously discussed. They did not give the Star Lake Legion any opportunities as their comrades did in the Tier 6 match. After gathering, the army of 3,000 marched towards Star Lake City. Then, after dedicating 1,000 players to constructing a magic barrier, the rest of the army began systematically searching for the Star Lake Legion's members. Xiao Quan is such a cautious person, leader. We can't even demonstrate our strength to Zero Wing with such a setup, a graceful female elementalist from Luo Tianhao's battle group said, frowning as she watched the 15 sites members erecting a large barrier that enveloped the entire army. Once this barrier is completed, I doubt we will get to even see Zero Wing's members. Once the large magic barrier constructed by 1,000 players took shape, it would encompass more than half of Star Lake City. And if it was settled in the heart of the city, it could cover at least 70% of the city. In such a situation, there was no way the Star Lake Legion or Zero Wings battle group would think of contesting for the capture points covered by the barrier. Isn't that better? Luo Xiaohao chuckled. Not only do we get to make a large sum of eternal coins without doing anything, but we can also let Fry know the Zero Wing she mentioned is an insignificant coward. If Zero Wing doesn't even dare to fight us, what qualifications does it have to partner with the Galaxy conglomerate? Someone's approaching us from in front. Leader, a Tier 5 Ranger from the same battle group, suddenly reported. They're very fast. They'll reach us in 10 seconds. It seems they're smart and know that this is their only chance to get close to us, Luo Tianhao said, unsurprised by the report. After all, once the barrier was completed, Star Lake City was as good as theirs. How many people do they have? There seems to be only 5, the Tier 5 Ranger awkwardly said. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 35-29. Chapter 603 Lunacy. Chapter 35-29. Chapter 603 Lunacy. Chapter 603 Lunacy. Is he insane? Why did he send only 5 people? Over at Star Lake City's spectator stands, Xia Qingying stood up and exclaimed in a somewhat ear-piercing voice when she saw only 5 figures appearing before the 15 cities' army, confusion and disbelief filling her eyes. As Zero Wing's partner, Xia Qingying was more or less aware of Zero Wing's situation. While Zero Wing might have very few capable experts based in Star Lake City, it definitely wasn't so short on manpower that it could only have 5 people participate in the Tier 5 match. Not to mention, Shi Feng had even shown Zero Wing's battle group to Mu Huangwu previously. That was undoubtedly a full battle group. Moreover, Shi Feng always had the option of seeking reinforcements from Zero Wing's other members in God's domain. While external reinforcements might experience a delay in controlling their bodies, fifth-floor experts could still display combat standards vastly superior to titled experts nonetheless. Combined with weapons and equipment enhanced by intermediate divine engravings, these fifth-floor experts could put up a fight against even Skystar City's ace battle group. Yet, Shi Feng had chosen to participate in the Tier 5 match with just 5 people. Now, not only would it be impossible to defeat Skystar City's ace battle group, but even winning against the 15 city legions would be an insurmountable challenge. At this time, Mu Huangwu also nodded in agreement with Xia Qingying. He felt that Shi Feng had already given up on the Tier 5 match. Otherwise, there would be no reason why he would have only 5 people participate. No matter how futile the Tier 5 match might seem, he should have mobilized at least 20 people. After all, every additional participant counted in a city battle. Are you all Zero Wing's members? Luo Tianhao asked out of curiosity as he looked at the 5 people approaching him. Luo Tianhao had only heard a little about the guild named Zero Wing, and most of it had come from Fry. However, based on Frey's description, Zero Wing was supposedly an amazing guild, so much so that she strongly recommended the Galaxy conglomerate to establish deeper ties with it. That's right, Shi Feng responded, a look of surprise flashing in his eyes as he looked at Luo Tianhao and his battle group. In his previous life, Luo Tianhao's battle group was considerably famous on the Starlight continent. The battle group had helped Skystar City achieve consecutive victories and 0 defeats in the Tier 5 matches against other first-tier cities. Somewhere down the line, the battle group even won a match for a transcontinental special tier city, instantly solidifying the Galaxy conglomerate's position in the city. However, despite Luo Tianhao's achievements and status as the Galaxy conglomerate's 6th successor, Shi Feng never really paid much attention to him. This was because most major struggles in the Greater Gods domain only involved Tier 6 players, while Luo Tianhao and his battle group only focused on Tier 5 matches. Good. Luo Tianhao nodded as he looked at Shi Feng. Since you have the courage to stand before us, we won't bully you with numbers. Instead, we'll have a 5-on-5 match. If you win, my battle group will stay out of Star Lake City. If we win, You must personally tell Fry that Zero Wing isn't worthy of collaborating with Galaxy. How about it? Upon hearing Luo Tianhao's words, the 15 City Legion's members promptly grew anxious. In this Tier 5 match, Luo Tianhao's battle group was the main force for their side, while everyone else was only here as support. While they might be able to kill Shifeng's group if they finished constructing their magic barrier, they would be in a bind if Shifeng's group fled to another city. Even if the 15 cities were to ultimately win the Tier 5 match, so long as Shifeng's group successfully occupied 1 or 2 capture points in another city, there was a chance the unlucky city might lose to Star Lake City in points. Not to mention, according to their intelligence, all 5 members of Shifeng's group should be 5th floor experts. That's a rather generous offer, team leader Luo. Shifeng couldn't help but chuckle when he saw Luo Tianhao's confidence. Unfortunately, I am not interested in it. Also, I'm afraid nobody present is qualified to discuss conditions with Zero Wing. As soon as Shifeng's words fell, an uproar immediately occurred among the 15 cities. It was especially so for Star Lake City spectators. Crap, is that guy nuts? How dare he provoke Skystar City's ace battle group at this critical moment? Is he not worried City Lord Feng will kick him out of Star Lake City? Star Lake City spectators couldn't help but look at Shifeng as if he was a fool. After all, Luo Tianhao's offer allowed Zero Wing to have a fair fight. Yet, not only did Shifeng turn down such an opportunity, but he had even provoked Luo Tianhao while he was at it. We're not qualified to discuss conditions with you. Luo Tianhao laughed. At the same time, his expression gradually darkened. I would have assumed the guild that Fry has talked so much about would have some brains, but it seems Zero Wing is merely run by a bunch of irredeemable fools. Since you think we're unqualified, let me see how long you can last against my battle group. Immediately, Luo Tianhao and his battle group members materialized their legendary weapons and equipment, the appearance of the items bringing along with them an aura surpassing that of the average Tier 6 player. And when everyone saw their weapons and equipment, they couldn't help but be awed. It was very rare to see players fully equipped with legendary weapons and equipment in the Greater Gods domain. Not even the executives of upper-ranking hegemonic powers would necessarily have a full set of legendary items. Yet, every member of Luo Tianhao's member group was fully equipped with legendary weapons and equipment. With such an equipment standard, it wouldn't even be an exaggeration to say that Luo Tianhao's battle group could confront a Tier 6 god. Meanwhile, when Fire Dance felt the astonishing aura coming off of Luo Tianhao's battle group, she looked at Shifeng with fiery eyes and asked, "Can I have this battle, guild leader?" "Ah, not fair. Big sis fire." June Luosha pouted. "We already agreed to share before." "Guild leader. As a vice guild leader, I think I should be the one to handle this fight," Gentle Snow interjected. "Fire Dance and the others can go after me if I fail." All of a sudden, 4 of Zero Wing's 5-man party could be seen contesting for the opportunity to take on Luo Tianhao's battle group by themselves. When everyone else saw this scene, they couldn't help but be dumbfounded, and it was especially so for Luo Tianhao and his battle group members. Previously, it was already plenty ludicrous that Zero Wing had only dispatched 5 people to participate in the Tier 5 match. Yet, it seems the women around Shifeng had also lost their minds as they now argued for a chance to fight alone. At this time, even those familiar with Fire Dance, such as Xia Qingying and Mu Huangwu, couldn't help but question whether they were hallucinating or Fire Dance and the others had truly gone insane. "Stop arguing," Shifeng said with a wry smile. "If you all insist on soloing, we'll go by order of whoever mastered the advanced bronze purification technique first. That way, it'll be fair to everyone. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 3530, Chapter 604, God-Ranked Domain. Chapter 3530, Chapter 604. God-Rank Domain. Chapter 604. God-Rank Domain Star Lake City's Spectator Stand. When Xia Qingying and Mu Huangwu saw only Fire Dance stepping forward to face Luo, Tianhao's battle group, they couldn't help but gasp. Qingying, what did Shi Feng do to Fire Dance during this period? Mu Huangwu demanded with rage-filled eyes. How did she get so foolish and ignorant? Fire Dance was a genius nurtured by the Green God Corporation. Hence, Mu Huangwu, as an elder of the Green God Corporation, had a good idea of what she was capable of. While Fire Dance might have been a vice commander of the Silver Frost Legion in the past, whether in equipment standards or mental strength standards, she was still greatly inferior to the Ace Battle Group members of Skystar City. Not to mention a 1-on-20 scenario. Even in a 1-on-1 scenario, Fire Dance wouldn't necessarily emerge victorious. Fire Dance would only be making a fool of herself in front of everyone by challenging Luo, Tianhao's battle group alone. If news of her actions reached Night Watch City, she would be promptly disqualified before she could even take the Night Watch Legion's test. Unlike third-tier cities, when second-tier cities recruited participants, they wouldn't just test the applicant's talent. They would also inspect the applicant's battle records. After all, each second-tier city ruled over upwards of 100 third-tier cities, so they did not lack talented individuals to choose from. It was especially so for Night Watch City, a top-ranking second-tier city. Normally, only the most excellent individuals from third-tier cities could qualify for the Night Watch Legion. If Night Watch City was to find out about Fire Dance's foolish behavior in this city battle, she would probably get disqualified on the first round of the test. After all, strategies were crucial in city battles. Heroic actions would only put the rest of the Legion in danger. If guild leader Shi Feng has decided on this course of action, I'm sure he has his reasons, Xia Qingying responded to Mu Huangwu's questioning, albeit somewhat hesitantly. Although Xia Qingying knew Zero Wing had the trump card known as Intermediate Divine Engravings, she still couldn't help but be confused as to why Shi Feng had decided to let Fire Dance fight Luo, Tianhao's battle group alone. No matter how she looked at it, it simply wasn't a wise decision. Myriad Forest City's Spectator Stand. Fire Dance. When Xiao Quan saw Fire Dance walking toward Luo, Tianhao's battle group, a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. As a vice commander of the Silver Frost Legion himself, Xiao Quan naturally recognized Fire Dance and had a very good idea of her strength. However, while Fire Dance might not have trouble soloing any of the 15 cities' battle groups, it would be a completely different story if she tried to solo Luo, Tianhao's battle group. She'd probably be killed in the first few exchanges. This wasn't to say that Fire Dance's combat standard was vastly inferior to the members of Luo, Tianhao's battle group. It was just that there was a qualitative difference in the equipment standards of both sides. The gap in equipment standards was also one of the main factors contributing to the powerlessness of second-tier cities in the face of first-tier cities. Good. Very good. If that's how you want to do it, I'll let Fry know how foolish and ignorant the guild she has been singing praises of is. Luo Tianhao coldly said when he saw only Fire Dance stepping forward. Lotus, I'll leave her to you. Following Luo Tianhao's words, a graceful and innocent-looking female elementalist stepped forward from behind him. And even though the elementalist looked to be only in her early 20s, none of the other youths in the battle group were dissatisfied with Luo Tianhao's decision. This was because the elementalist named Lotus was not only Luo Tianhao's close confidant, but she was also the battle group's vice team leader. Moreover, although it hadn't been long since Lotus joined, she already ranked among the top 5 of the group in strength. When Lotus initially joined the Galaxy conglomerate, Luo, Tianhao, and Fry, 2 of the conglomerate's successors, had fought over her. Ultimately, Luo Tianhao only managed to win her over after offering up a premium villa in Skystar City's city center. Skystar City was one of the few first-tier mobile cities operating on the Starlight continent. Hence, every inch of land in the city was worth its weight in gold. As for the city center's villas, they were so limited and valuable that even the Galaxy conglomerate successors would only be assigned one premium villa each, and they couldn't obtain a second one without significant achievements. However, the price Luo Tianhao paid to recruit Lotus was undoubtedly worth it. Firstly, despite being only 22 this year, Lotus was already a 3-star mental strength grandmaster. Even in the Galaxy conglomerate, talents of her caliber were incredibly rare. Secondly, she was the owner of the Sky Saint Legacy, one of the Starlight Realm's 4 great saint legacies. So long as she got promoted to Tier 6, she would instantly be put onto the Divine Glory list. Understood. Lotus nodded. After Lotus responded, she could be seen briefly disappearing from the virtualized street before reappearing within 100 yards of Fire Dance. Then, she raised her staff toward the sky. Boom! All of a sudden, as if all of the air in the city had been sucked away, everyone in the city experienced a feeling of suffocation. Is this the strength of first-tier cities? When Star Lake City's inhabitants saw the threefold magic array covering a small section of the city's sky, they all felt a deep fear. Tier 5 Superspell Sky Crash. The difficulty of casting a Tier 5 super spell exceeded that of Tier 6 spells, and its power was no less than that of Tier 6 spells. Meanwhile, simply being able to silent cast one Tier 5 super spell would already be considered a great achievement for Tier 5 titled experts. Yet, Lotus had managed to complete a triple silent cast. Not even veteran saint-ranked experts could necessarily accomplish such a feat. It's over. Mu Huangwu wryly smiled when he saw the threefold magic array in the sky. That little girl's mental strength is simply monstrous. Sky Crash was a super spell that covered a radius of 3,000 yards. It was a powerful spell that could bring forth devastating effects so long as it was completed. Normally, players could easily counter it by interrupting the caster before the spell was completed. This was also the case, even if it was silently cast. Although players who utilized silent casting might look as if they had instantly cast their spells, it was a fact that they needed to go through the standard procedure of constructing the spell's magic array. It was just that, in the case of silent casting, players would construct their spell's magic array in their minds. As for Sky Crash, it was an incomparably complex spell, so a considerable amount of time would be needed to finish its magic array. Meanwhile, this time gave melee players the perfect opportunity to interrupt the caster. But now, Lotus had successfully completed a threefold Sky Crash. Moreover, she had cast it while fully equipped with legendary weapons and equipment. Should the super spell connect, it would instantly obliterate a small portion of Star Lake City, let alone Fire Dance. Disperse! While everyone in Star Lake City was terrified, a clear and pleasant voice suddenly echoed in their ears. Immediately afterward, a wave of mana, several times denser than what was used to fuel Lotus's Sky Crash, abruptly struck Sky Crash's magic array, causing the fully formed magic array to disintegrate rapidly. At the same time, the same mana enveloped the 15 cities' participants, immobilizing them. It was as if they had fallen into a quagmire made of steel, and they could move neither their bodies nor their mana in the slightest. What's happening? How can there be such a powerful mana domain? I've seen this mana before. This is a Tier 6 God's mana domain. Following this unexpected development, everyone couldn't help but look toward the center of the mana domain, Fire Dance. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3531. Chapter 605. Slaughtering Aces. Chapter 3531. Chapter 605. Slaughtering Aces. Chapter 605. Slaughtering Aces. Tier 6 gods possessed immense power. They were so powerful that even a Tier 6 player fully equipped with legendary items could only match a Tier 6 god in strength. Moreover, said Tier 6 God would have to be without weapons or equipment. As for resisting Tier 6 gods who were fully equipped with legendary items, only the legends among players could accomplish such a feat, or, more accurately, anyone capable of accomplishing this feat would be regarded as a legend, and their achievement would be recorded in the annals of the greater gods' domain's history. Because of this, even for the various apex powers, Tier 6 gods remained formidable existences that mustn't be underestimated. As for weaker powers, unless they were confident in their strength, they would do their best to avoid confrontation with a Tier 6 god. Meanwhile, what made Tier 6 gods such formidable opponents for players was their mana, god-ranked mana. So long as a Tier 6 god unleashed their mana domain, all players beneath Tier 6 would be rendered powerless. Any skill or spell they had learned would become utterly useless, and they could only battle while relying on their basic attributes. And needless to say, if any player beneath Tier 6 tried to fight a Tier 6 god with only their basic attributes, they would be severely overestimating themselves. A moment after Fire Dance unleashed her mana domain, silence fell over the street she stood on. Fire Dance was akin to a bona fide Tier 6 god at this time. While enveloped by Fire Dance's mana, not even Lotus, a Sky Saint fully equipped with legendary items, could manipulate any of her surrounding mana, let alone the other Tier 5 experts present. A god-ranked domain. How can a Tier 5 assassin like her have such mana? Not even Tier 6 experts equipped with divine artifacts have such terrifying mana. Whether it was Mu Huangwu, Xia Qingying, or the 15 cities experts, everyone couldn't help but look at Fire Dance in shock and horror. Could she have a divine artifact? The members of the Skystar battle group couldn't help but look at Fire Dance in astonishment. Aside from a divine artifact, they couldn't think of anything else that could let a Tier 5 assassin have a god-ranked mana domain. Or, more specifically, apart from divine artifacts, no other item should be capable of giving a Tier 5 player the ability to contend against a Tier 6 god. But if Fire Dance truly did have a divine artifact in her possession, how are they supposed to fight her? Impossible. Luo Tianhao denied his teammates' speculation without hesitation. She isn't even a 3-star Grandmaster. You'd have to be a 1-star Great Grandmaster to materialize a divine artifact. How can such an existence be as young as her? Not to mention, would such an existence ever bother getting involved in such a trivial battle? Luo Tianhao's words instantly brought everyone back to their senses and lessened the fear in their eyes. Whether it was a divine artifact or a 1-star Great Grandmaster, both were existences capable of shaking up the Starlight Continent's stability. On the other hand, Zero Wing was merely an up-and-coming guild and barely had any fame in the greater god's domain. As for Fire Dance, she was merely a former vice-commander of a 2nd-tier city legion. No matter how they looked at it, neither Zero Wing nor Fire Dance could have anything to do with a divine artifact or a 1-star Great Grandmaster. So what if you have a god-ranked mana domain? Returning his focus to Fire Dance, Luo Tianhao stubbornly said, "Even if none of us can use our surrounding mana, I refuse to believe you can block all of our attacks." Following Luo Tianhao's words, everyone in the Skystar battle group launched attacks on Fire Dance simultaneously. While none of them could utilize their surrounding mana to further enhance their skills and spells, the basic attributes of their legendary weapons and equipment allowed them to retain their mobility and strength. They could still exhibit the combat power of Tier 6 players nonetheless. Immediately, 3 tanks executed a combination combat technique and charged at Fire Dance in unison, their unified charge capable of sending even Tier 6 divine monsters flying. At the same time, 3 berserkers and 4 swordsmen separately executed their own combination combat techniques to cover Fire Dance's flanks, while 2 assassins circled behind Fire Dance, waiting to deliver a fatal blow to her. As for Lotus and the other ranged players, they rained numerous attacks from above. All 20 members of the battle group matched their assault perfectly, covering all possible areas that Fire Dance could use for evasion. Even if a Tier 6 expert were to be put in Fire Dance's position, they would quickly be overwhelmed and killed by all these attacks. Good. However, Fire Dance did not even flinch when she saw Luo Tianhao and the others attacking her together. Instead, she unsheathed the daggers she carried around her waist and executed a footwork, instantly splitting into several dozen copies of herself. Then, all her doppelgangers moved swiftly and unpredictably like a group of butterflies while brandishing their daggers. Fusion combat technique, Dance of Chaos. Dance of Chaos was a fusion combat technique Fire Dance had personally developed, and it was a pairing between the Tier 5 skill, Doppelganger Space, and the advanced Silver combat technique Splitting Light. It was an ultimate technique that allowed her to spontaneously unleash a large number of attacks that far exceeded her usual limit. Originally, she had developed this technique with the goal of achieving victory through a high attack frequency. When it came to raw power, each attack was inferior to the attacks of berserkers of the same tier. But now, thanks to the enhancement of her god-ranked mana and the intermediate divine engravings, the power of her attacks were elevated tremendously, and they now surpassed the attacks of berserkers of the same tier. Meanwhile, as soon as Fire Dance executed Dance of Chaos, she transformed the area around her into a void and sent the 3 charging tanks stumbling back several steps. As for the berserkers, swordsmen, and assassins, they were sent flying by several dozen yards, their HPs falling by more than half. Impossible. Tier suppression. Don't tell me she is already a true Tier 6 player. Luo Tianhao, being a berserker, couldn't help but look at his trembling arms in confusion. It should be known that they were all roughly equal in basic attributes. Logically, even if he was rendered incapable of utilizing the mana around him, he would, at most, be slightly inferior to Fire Dance in a direct confrontation. It didn't make sense for him to fare so poorly against Fire Dance. Of course, if such a situation had happened in God's domain, he wouldn't have batted an eye at it. In fact, he had personally experienced such situations when fighting in God's domain, and that was when he had fought against true Tier 6 players. But they were in the Tier 5 match of a city battle right now. No player could be at Tier 6, so how did Fire Dance accomplish what she just did? Before Luo Tianhao could make sense of the situation, Fire Dance had already concluded her Dance of Chaos and made her way to the Skystar Battle Group rear line, where Lotus and 3 other magical class experts were in the middle of casting a Tier 5 curse together. When Lotus and the 3 other magical class experts saw Fire Dance approaching them, they promptly dropped their spell casting and used advanced instantaneous movement to instantly move 600 yards away from their original position. Then, they promptly activated the Tier 6 magic barriers that came with their legendary equipment. However, Fire Dance didn't mind the 4 magical class players' escape and simply executed Shadow Void Blade, a Tier 5 taboo skill in their direction. Immediately, over 100 invisible blades cut through space and reached the 4 magical class players' location. Then, they tore through the Tier 6 magic barriers as if they were made of paper and shredded the 4 players before they could even react. 4 of Skystar City's aces had fallen in the blink of an eye, and silence fell over the entire Star Lake City. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3532. Chapter 606, Frightening. Chapter 3532. Chapter 606. Frightening. Chapter 606. Frightening, they're dead. 4 of Skystar City's aces died just like that. Everyone was in disbelief when they saw Lotus and 3 other magical class experts from the Skystar Battle Group getting shredded into oblivion. They already understood that Fire Dance was strong. They had even accounted for the possibility that the entirety of the Skystar Battle Group might not be a match for her. After all, if Fire Dance could handily repel a joint rush executed by 3 tanks fully equipped with legendary items, What could the others possibly do against her once they were within her attack range? But to instantly kill 4 of Skystar City's aces, especially when all 4 players had activated their legendary equipment's life-saving skills. That was something they couldn't comprehend. The life-saving skills that came attached with legendary equipment were typically at the Tier 6 standard. Even if Tier 5 players activated them, they would still be strong enough to resist the attacks of Tier 6 divine monsters for a short time. Yet, the magic barriers summoned by the 4 players fared no differently than fragile paper against Fire Dance's attacks. How could they not feel shocked by this? What kind of strength must one have to break the Tier 6 life-saving skills of legendary equipment so easily? Xia Qingying and Mu Huangwu, who were familiar with Fire Dance, were especially stunned by this development. Since when did Fire Dance become such a terrifying existence? Skystar's 4 magical class experts were by no means weak. Lotus, in particular, was a monstrous existence. Even if they were to meet in the greater god's domain, Mu Huangwu doubted he could kill Lotus with absolute certainty, and it should be known that he was a genuine Tier 6 player equipped with a legendary weapon. Yet, Fire Dance had accomplished the feat with ease, making Tier 6 defensive skills and spells look no different than a joke. No wonder he dared to bet against Elder Mu. When Xia Qingying saw Fire Dance beating Luo Tianhao's battle group without any help, she couldn't help but sigh in amazement. Originally, Xia Qingying still had trouble understanding why Shifeng would refuse to call for reinforcements from the rest of Zero Wing, and instead choose to participate with only the Zero Wing members based in Star Lake City. After all, she had long known that Zero Wing was capable of far more than what most people thought. But now, it seemed that even though she was more knowledgeable regarding Zero Wing than others, Zero Wing still had many secrets she wasn't privy to. At the same time, she finally understood why Shifeng could so confidently state that he could help her occupy Silver Frost City previously. While everyone was caught in shock and fear, Fire Dance turned toward the Skystar's 2 clerics after finishing off the 4 magical class experts. So long as she eliminated these 2 clerics, Skystar's melee experts would lose their infinite source of HP, and it would only be a matter of time before she could wear them down. Bastard, don't get too full of yourself. Luo Tianhao bellowed when he saw Fire Dance targeting the 2 helpless clerics. Do you really think we have no way to deal with you? Everyone, activate your combination berserk skills. Skystar's members were briefly stunned when they heard Luo Tianhao's command. A moment later, though, they all grew ecstatic. Unlike the average berserk skill, a combination berserk skill could be activated together by multiple players to achieve stronger effects. The more players there were in the team with the same combination berserk skill, the greater the skill's effects would be when activated. The strongest combination berserk skill discovered to date was rumored to have a maximum capacity of 1,000 players, and when activated at maximum capacity, it could allow even ordinary Tier 6 players to contend against Tier 6 ancient gods. Meanwhile, their battle group was fortunate enough to also own a combination berserk skill. It was something Luo Tianhao had recently acquired through the Galaxy conglomerate after much effort. And while it only had a maximum capacity of 20 players, they still regarded it as their battle group's biggest trump card for the next first-tier city battle. Normally, even if they were to get annihilated in the city battle against Star Lake City, they would never make use of this trump card. It was why they hadn't used it until now. But now that Luo Tianhao had given the command, they were naturally more than willing to use it. Before Fire Dance's daggers could connect with the 2 clerics' necks, runes began appearing all over the 2 clerics. As soon as these runes appeared, they began rampantly draining the surrounding area of mana, instantly creating a manaless environment that weakened Fire Dance's attack. Clang! A sound resembling metal colliding reverberated throughout the area. The strength of their mana increased. Fire Dance couldn't help but be surprised as she looked at the holy shields that protected the 2 clerics from her daggers. After she learned the advanced bronze mana purification technique, her mana underwent a qualitative transformation. Now, not only was her mana's density significantly greater than before, but its purity was also on par with mana found in 7 luminaries crystals. On top of that, the strength of her mana had also increased. Overall, her mana had already surpassed the mana of the average Tier 6 player in all aspects, and it was close to matching the mana of Tier 6 gods. Under the enhancement of such mana, she was no different than a genuine Tier 6 player. Meanwhile, under the effects of tier suppression, most Tier 5 players should have great difficulty blocking her attacks. It was especially so when she attacked using skills. Each of her Tier 5 skills could exhibit the might of genuine Tier 6 skills, and they were vastly superior to the Tier 6 skills and spells launched by Tier 5 players. So the fact that the 2 clerics Tier 5 Holy Shield managed to stop her Tier 5 Shadow Edge meant that the strength of their mana had experienced a significant increase. Sure enough, it is only because of your mana that you could kill Lotus and the others, Luo Tianhao said, grinning when he saw Fire Dance's daggers getting stopped. Unfortunately, this is the end of the line for you. While our combination Berserk skill isn't at full capacity, it is still enough to propel our mana close to the Tier 6 standard. With the current difference in our mana, your skills will no longer be as effective on us. Amazing, as expected of Skystar City's Ace Battle Group. When Xiao Quan saw Luo Tianhao's battle group activating a combination Berserk skill, he couldn't help but marvel at the prowess of first-tier city battle groups. At lower tiers, players could achieve decent results with Berserk skills. Some Berserk skills could even enable players to transcend tiers. However, as players ascended to higher tiers, the effectiveness of Berserk skills would also diminish. This reduction in effectiveness would become especially apparent for Tier 5 experts. Due to the increased accessibility of high-ranking equipment for high-tiered players, Tier 5 experts would usually have a few fragmented legendary items equipped. Some Tier 5 experts might even have a full set of fragmented legendary items or a legendary item. All of these fragmented legendary and legendary items provided significant basic attribute bonuses, and they served to dilute the impact of basic attribute bonuses provided by Berserk skills. Hence, Tier 5 experts would be fortunate if they could even get a 20% boost to their combat power from a Berserk skill. Yet, despite being fully equipped with legendary items, Luo Tianhao and his teammates were able to elevate their mana's strength close to the Tier 6 standard with just a Berserk skill. Our combination Berserk skills duration is limited, so use your Tier 5 taboo skills to eliminate her as quickly as possible. Luo Tianhao commanded when he saw Fire Dance intending to create distance between them and drag out the fight. Once she's dead, Zero Wing will be powerless to turn the tide. However, as soon as Luo Tianhao gave his command, a deep voice suddenly sounded in the area. Although the volume of this voice wasn't loud, the words the voice conveyed sent a chill down the spines of Luo Tianhao and his companions. The rest of you can join the fight. Fire Dance might have trouble by herself. TL notes: 1 FYI, high-ranking equipment provide 2 types of basic attributes. 1. Basic attributes. 2. Percentage-based basic attributes. Basic attributes add to the base of players' basic attributes, while percentage-based basic attributes modify the basic attributes of players. E.g. Abyssal Blade, one-handed sword, magic weapon, fragmented legendary rank, equipment requirement, strength 3000, agility 2000, attack power 235% of strength attribute, attack speed 3% of agility attribute. All attributes increases according to user's level. Ignore levels plus 35 when equipped. Strength increased by 50%, agility increased by 50%, intelligence increased by 35%, endurance increased by 50%, attack speed increased by 40%. All effects of weapon-related skills increased by 20%. All item level requirements reduced by 10 levels. All attributes increases according to user's level. This line refers to basic attribute. Items with level ranges don't typically show the exact values. When equipped, strength increased by 50%, agility increased by 50%, intelligence increased by 35%, endurance increased by 50%. This line refers to percentage-based basic attributes. The calculation should work out to something as follows. Character base basic attributes X. Equipment base basic attributes Y. Equipment percentage-based basic attributes Z. Total basic attributes Z equals A plus X. Asterisk, Y as for how the total percentage-based basic attributes are calculated. It is just a simple addition of all the percentage-based basic attributes that a player has. For example, assuming that a player only has a weapon and a helmet equipped, and the weapon increases strength by 100% while the helmet increases strength by 50%, Y equals 100% plus 50%. Going by this form of calculation and the fact that Berserk skills also provide percentage-based basic attributes, the more percentage-based basic attributes a player receives from their equipment, the less effective Berserk skills would be. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3533. Chapter 607, Dark Moon. Chapter 3533. Chapter 607. Dark Moon. Chapter 607. Dark Moon join the fight? Luo Tianhao fixated his gaze on Shifeng when he heard the other party's words, a hint of solemnity adding to his expression. Likewise, the other members of the Skystar battle team also couldn't help but look at Shifeng, wondering if they had misheard him. If it was before they had fought Fire Dance, they wouldn't have cared whether Shifeng had the rest of Zero Wing's battle group join the fight. On the contrary, they would have encouraged it, as that would let them save time and end the fight much more quickly. However, after witnessing Fire Dance's terrifying display of strength, they no longer dared to underestimate the 4 other members of Zero Wing's battle group. Not to mention Shifeng, the leader of Zero Wing's battle group, should have seen the effects of their combination Berserk skill and already gained a good idea of their combat capabilities. He should know that their fight wasn't one that ordinary Tier 5 players could interfere in. At the very least, one must be at the standard of genuine Tier 6 players to avoid getting killed instantly. If Shifeng understood this and still chose to have the rest of his battle group members join the fight, it meant that the other 3 women in the battle group were likely to be just as strong as Fire Dance. Finally, Hidden Soul exclaimed as she stretched her back. Then she lazily said, "I thought my chance would never come. Let's fight together, then." Standing beside Hidden Soul, Gentle Snow and June Luosha nodded. Then the 3 of them began walking toward Luo Tianhao and the others. Each step they took adding to the shock Luo Tianhao and the others experienced. Mana. Although the 3 women did not release any of their auras, the closer they got, the denser the mana surrounding Luo Tianhao and the others became. Even though they had just drained their surroundings of mana, the ambient mana that currently surrounded them was even denser than when Fire Dance initially released her mana. How is this possible? Luo Tianhao felt as if the end of the world had arrived as he looked at Hidden Soul, Gentle Snow, and June Luosha. Dealing with Fire Dance alone had already given him a massive headache. Not only was Fire Dance a 5th floor expert with basic attributes at the legendary standard, but she even possessed mana close to rivaling that of Tier 6 gods. She was such a monstrous existence that should she get promoted to Tier 6, she would instantly become an existence capable of upsetting the Starlight Realm's balance. Meanwhile, in the current battle, even though he and his teammates had already activated their combination Berserk skill, they would most certainly need to trade damage for damage and sacrifice a few players to kill her. Moreover, they would need to do so before their combination Berserk skill's duration ran out. Otherwise, only death would await them. However, before they could even defeat Fire Dance, They were now being told that Zero Wing had 3 more monsters of Fire Dance's caliber? Before Luo Tianhao could recover from his stupor, Hidden Soul, Gentle Snow, and Jun Luosha had already joined the battle. After joining the battlefield, the 3 women did not bother with any fancy combat techniques. Instead, they merely fought using their Tier 5 skills. Tier 5 skill Splitting Shadows, Tier 5 skill Blade Storm, Tier 5 skill Sword Resonance. Suddenly, over a dozen doppelgangers of Hidden Soul appeared on the battlefield, each doppelganger carrying 150% of Hidden Soul's basic attributes. Enhanced by her god-ranked mana, her doppelgangers could easily repulse Skystar's tanks with their every attack. As for the rest of Skystar's members, they had no choice but to abandon their offensive against Fire Dance and focus solely on defense, lest they wished to get killed by Hidden Soul in a couple of moves. Immediately after Hidden Soul had single-handedly suppressed the entirety of the Skystar battle group, Gentle Snow and Jun Luosha followed up with a combination attack targeted toward Skystar's lone oracle. Gentle Snow's AoE attack forced the oracles to desperately erect defensive barriers on his teammates, while Jun Luosha used the opportunity to instantly end the oracle's life, reducing Skystar's healers by 1. Damn it! When Luo Tianhao saw his oracle getting killed, he knew that the fight was as good as over. Hence, he promptly turned toward the 15 cities experts and shouted, "Deploy the Star Cluster Barrier!" With his battle group's strength, the best they could do was deal with Fire Dance alone. If they wished to defeat Zero Wing's 4 members, they must rely on the Star Cluster Barrier. The Star Cluster Barrier was among the most commonly seen large-scale, great Grandmaster magic barriers in the Greater Gods domain. It required 1,000 Grandmaster magicians to construct, and it could suppress the basic attributes, physique, and mana of even Tier 6 gods by a minimum of 30%. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that this battle would be as good as over once the Star Cluster Barrier was deployed. It was also why he detested the idea of utilizing it previously. Meanwhile, upon hearing Luo Tianhao's command, the 15 cities participants, who had been anxiously waiting for their turn all this time, promptly executed their orders and completed the Star Cluster Barrier. Sure enough, the disparity in numbers is simply too much for just a handful of powerhouses to manage. When Mu Huangwu saw the countless stars and magic arrays appearing across Star Lake City's sky, he couldn't help but sigh. Previously, Red Frost had only managed to win the Tier 6 match because of the 15 cities' conceited attitude. She had wisely taken advantage of this fact to quickly eliminate the 15 city legions, one after another, before they could group up and become a significant threat. Unfortunately, Zero Wing's battle group didn't have such a luxury in the Tier 5 match. Under the effects of the Star Cluster Barrier, even mighty Tier 6 gods would be at great risk of death. It was just that Tier 6 gods would normally never let players have any opportunities to catch them in a Star Cluster Barrier out in the fields. But in a city battle, constructing a Star Cluster Barrier over a handful of players was a piece of cake. Meanwhile, after the completion of the Star Cluster Barrier, Fire Dance, Hidden Soul, Gentle Snow, and Jun Luosha were immediately subjected to a powerful suppression. Their mana was quickly weakened to the standard of ordinary Tier 6 players, while their basic attributes declined to the fragmented legendary standard. Now, they were merely a shadow of their former selves. When Luo Tianhao and his teammates sensed the effects of the Star Cluster Barrier, they couldn't help but sigh in relief. They had very nearly sullied their reputation as one of Skystar City's ace battle groups in Star Lake City, a measly 3rd-tier city. The Star Cluster Barrier, is it? As it so happens, I have a move called Dark Moon. As soon as Luo Tianhao and his teammates breathed a sigh of relief, Shifeng, who had been standing by idly all this time, suddenly unsheathed the shadow incinerator hanging by his waist and executed a horizontal cut at the sky. Dark Moon mana technique, Sword of Space. Dark Moon was a primordial god-ranked mana technique that placed stringent requirements on the user's concentration and mana. Previously, Feng could only barely execute the mana technique, even after utilizing all of his power-up abilities. But after he grasped the advanced bronze mana purification technique and elevated the strength of his mana to the standard of Tier 6 gods, he could finally execute Dark Moon without relying on any skills, albeit just barely. Meanwhile, the moment Feng swung the Shadow Incinerator, darkness enveloped the entirety of Star Lake City. However, this darkness lasted only for a brief moment before disappearing. Immediately afterward, the sky began to split into pieces and fall to the ground like falling snow. Then, what followed was the sound of the star cluster barrier shattering. TL notes: 1. Basic attributes at the legendary standard. This expression refers to players with basic attributes rivaling players fully equipped with legendary items. I personally find it incredibly awkward to write this lengthy segment, so basic attributes at the legendary standard is the alternative I decided to go with. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3534, Chapter 608, Birth of a New Second-Tier City. Chapter 3534, Chapter 608, Birth of a New Second-Tier City. Chapter 608. Birth of a New Second-Tier City. What did he do? Wasn't the star cluster barrier said to be infallible even against Tier 6 gods? Luo Tianhao, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, couldn't help but gape in shock when he saw the fragmented stars and magic arrays in the sky. He simply couldn't comprehend what just happened. This was the star cluster barrier they were talking about. It was a great Grandmaster barrier known for being effective against gods. Of all the past instances where the star cluster barrier had been deployed in a city battle, not once did it meet with failure. Yet now, less than 5 seconds after this supposedly infallible magic barrier was deployed, it had met its end at a swing of Feng's sword. At this moment, Luo Tianhao wasn't the only one stupefied by this development. Seated at Star Lake City's spectator stands, Xia Qingying and Mu Huangwu similarly couldn't believe their eyes. The star cluster barrier might be commonly used in the greater god's domain, but it remained a trump card the various powers used to raid world bosses. So long as the star cluster barrier was deployed, even Tier 6 gods could be killed. Yet now, this almighty barrier had failed to last even one move from Feng, guild leader. When Fire Dance, who had been having difficulty fending off the attacks of Skystar's aces, saw the shattered star cluster barrier, she couldn't help but look at Feng with widened eyes. At this moment, she felt as if this was the first time she was getting to know Feng, or, more specifically, Zero Wing. As a former vice commander of Silver Frost City, Fire Dance was very knowledgeable regarding the star cluster barrier's capabilities. She had also seen records of the barrier in action when browsing through Silver Frost City's archives. So long as the star cluster barrier was deployed in a city battle, the battle would become a one-sided slaughter unless the opponent could similarly deploy a great Grandmaster barrier. Either that, or if the opposing side had a one-star great Grandmaster capable of materializing a divine artifact. However, Fire Dance was certain that Feng was neither in possession of a divine artifact, nor was he a one-star great Grandmaster. Qingying, who is he? After recovering his senses, Mu Huangwu promptly turned toward Xia Qingying, his eyes filled with excitement and desire. That mana usage! It's simply unheard of. That attack could probably rival the attacks of divine, artifact-wielding taboos already. Ordinary experts might not be able to tell exactly how powerful Feng's attack was, but as a 3-star mental strength grandmaster and a Tier 6 expert who had mastered 5 basic laws and 1 advanced law, Mu Huangwu knew exactly how frightening it was. Feng's utilization of the law of space in his attack had reached an incredible extent. This, in turn, allowed his mana to experience a qualitative improvement, going beyond the standard of Tier 6 gods and rivaling the standard of ancient gods. Ancient gods. These were existences who had once coexisted with primordial gods before the latter disappeared in the ancient mythical era. They possessed strength that far surpassed the Tier 6 gods of modern times, and the various powers and many apex experts of the greater god's domain could only hope to chase after their footsteps. Only players wielding divine artifacts could hope to fight against ancient gods in the current age of God's domain. As for everyone else, they weren't even qualified to stand before an ancient god. Yet, despite being in the body of a Tier 5 player, Shi Feng could exhibit the power of an ancient god. How could Mu Huangwu not find this exciting? Who is he? When Xia Qingying heard Mu Huangwu's question, she couldn't help but wryly smile as she looked at Shi Feng as if she was looking at a stranger. I might have known him in the past, but now, I truly have no idea who he is. If it was before today, she would have dared to say that she already knew everything there was to know about Shi Feng. After all, way back when she first established a partnership with Shi Feng, she had already conducted a thorough investigation into his background. Before establishing Zero Wing, Shi Feng was merely the dismissed guild leader of a second-rate guild called Shadow. Although he was somewhat famous in Jinhai City and known by others as the Sword Magician, he had only been a level 200, Tier 3 Sword King in God's domain during his peak. Even in their homeworld, Shi Feng would be considered a nobody in their homeworld, let alone the greater God's domain. Not even the executives of first-rate guilds would take a second look at him, much less individuals like herself and Mu Huangwu. Yet now, the nobody who used to be no more than a level 200, Tier 3 Sword King in their homeworld had become an expert capable of shattering the star cluster barrier with one attack. Even if she were to provide concrete evidence detailing Shi Feng's past, she highly doubted Mu Huangwu would believe a single word. Are you trying to mess with me, Qingying? Mu Huangwu refused to believe Xia Qingying's words. I know he is most certainly of extraordinary origins, but I assure you I won't cross any boundaries. I simply want to know who he is. You just want to know who he is? That's simple. In her sincerest tone, Xia Qingying said, he is Zero Wing's acting guild leader. Looking at Xia Qingying, Mu Huangwu suddenly felt that the little girl was getting more and more mischievous. Mu Huangwu wasn't the only one curious about Shi Feng's identity. Whether it was the 15 cities or Luo Tianhao, they were all curious about it. Anyone capable of surviving in a third-tier city was not a fool. Although many people failed to understand how Shi Feng's attack managed to accomplish what it did, they still understood that anyone capable of destroying a great Grandmaster barrier in one attack couldn't possibly be an ordinary person. Frost, you've been telling me to blindly trust our little friend without telling me his identity all this time. Can you tell me who he is now? Feng Yiqing asked as he looked at Shi Feng's image, his eyes filled with burning anticipation. Initially, even when Red Frost continuously tried to persuade him and put her reputation on the line, he still had his doubts about clashing against the 15 cities. If not for Red Frost saying that there was a chance he could take a step forward and become a true great Grandmaster, he would have never staked the entire Star Lake City on Shi Feng. However, after witnessing Shi Feng's mind-blowing sword strike, Feng Yiqing knew he had made the right decision. An ancient god, Shi Feng most definitely shared an intricate connection with the near-extinct ancient gods. Otherwise, there was no way he could exhibit the power of taboos. If he could master even a fraction of that power, it would no longer be a dream for him to become a great Grandmaster in his lifetime. Seeing Feng Yiqing's eager expression, Red Frost faintly smiled and said, Isn't he Zero Wing's acting guild leader? You little. Feng Yiqing couldn't help but be exasperated by Red Frost's response. Fine. Don't tell me then. In any case, I'll have plenty of opportunities to get to know this young man. That's true. Red Frost smirked as she returned her gaze to Shi Feng's image. With the destruction of the star cluster barrier, the outcome of the city battle was as good as decided. Even the subsequent Tier 4 match was no longer of any consequence. This was because everyone knew that a new second-tier city would be born today, and that city would be none other than Star Lake City. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3535, Chapter 609, Shocking All Sides. Chapter 3535, Chapter 609. Shocking All Sides, Chapter 609, Shocking All Sides following the sound of a bell. The city battle involving 16 third-tier cities officially ended. However, out of the 16 cities, only Star Lake City was filled with lively voices. As for the other 15 cities, they fell into a dead silence, unable to accept the outcome of the city battle. 3 consecutive defeats. It was originally supposed to be a one-sided domination of Star Lake City by the 15 mobile cities. Yet, what ended up happening was the domination of the 15 cities instead. Like the Tier 5 match, Zero Wing had single-handedly annihilated the 15 cities' forces in the Tier 4 match. The outcome had dumbfounded everyone spectating the match, and it was especially so for Star Lake City's various powers. Crap, what's the deal with Zero Wing? I can accept the Tier 5 match's results since the participants were Zero Wing's executives. But how did Zero Wing's newcomers become such monsters as well? Since when did Clayblade and Pace Angel become so amazing? Didn't they arrive at Star Lake City in the same period I did? Incredible! All 20 members of Zero Wing's Tier 4 battle group have strength rivaling Tier 5 players. That Clayblade and Pace Angel even have legendary standard basic attributes. Whether it was Sherfong or Red Frost, they had long been famous in Star Lake City. So, even though the two exhibited astonishing strength in the Tier 5 and Tier 6 matches, the shock everyone experienced from seeing the two's performance was a little more subdued compared to the shock they experienced from watching the Tier 4 match that just concluded. It was especially so when everyone saw Clayblade and Pace Angel's performance. Due to Clayblade and Pace Angel's affiliation with Zero Wing, every power operating in Star Lake City had long possessed their detailed information. Meanwhile, everyone's evaluation of the two was that they were both at the standard of ordinary participants. Under normal circumstances, it would take them many years to meet the requirements to join an ace battle group in Star Lake City. There was even a possibility they might never qualify until they retired. Yet, contrary to everyone's expectations, Clayblade and Pace Angel displayed strength that even the various powers of Star Lake City had to fear during the city battle. Meanwhile, the only explanation everyone could come up with was that Zero Wing had something to do with Clayblade and Pace Angel's astonishing growth, and anyone who said otherwise would be lying or delusional. For a time, many newcomers who had recently joined Star Lake City's various powers began to yearn for Zero Wing. Many also regretted their decision not to join Zero Wing. Otherwise, they might have obtained strength rivaling or even surpassing Clayblade and Pace Angel. Myriad Forest City's VIP viewing room. What should we do now, City Lord? Myriad Sky asked, her complexion a little pale as she looked toward Myriad Forest City Lord, sitting beside her. Star Lake City is bound to become a second-tier city after this. Originally, they thought that after their defeat in the Tier 5 and Tier 6 matches, they could rely on the Tier 4 match to temporarily hinder Star Lake City's promotion to a second-tier city. However, they did not expect such a devastating outcome. 3 consecutive victories. After obtaining such a result against the 15 cities, Star Lake City would undoubtedly become a second-tier city. At that time, many upper-ranking hegemonic powers would seek to establish themselves in Star Lake City. So long as Star Lake City gave the word, these upper-ranking hegemonic powers seeking to join Star Lake City would be more than willing to bring Myriad Forest City to the brink of ruin. "There's nothing we can do," Myriad Forest City Lord said, sighing. Then he whispered, "Get in touch with Zero Wing. So long as Zero Wing is willing to spare us, we will compensate with 20 drops of Stardew and 4,000 life potions." Isn't that a little too much? Myriad Sky quietly asked. A sum of 4,000 bottles was already equivalent to half a year's consumption for the Myriad Forest Legion. Moreover, although life potions had a price tag of 50,000 star coins per bottle, acquiring them in bulk wasn't easy. Even Myriad Forest City would have difficulty taking out so many bottles on such short notice. As for Stardew, it was even more precious a resource. 20 drops of Stardew were already equivalent to 1/3 of Myriad Forest City's current stockpile. If they were to give away 20 drops, it would take many years for Myriad Forest City to recover the loss. Even if that's the case, we still have to give it. We cannot afford to provoke Zero Wing. Haven't you seen that even Skystar City's ace battle group was defeated? In a sense, Zero Wing is even more terrifying than Silver Frost City, Myriad Forest City Lord said, shaking his head. Zero Wing has only recently started to develop, so it is probably lacking in cultivation resources. If we drag our feet until Zero Wing has fully grown, even if we offered to double the compensation at that time, Zero Wing might not bother to accept it. I'll take care of it then, Myriad Sky said, no longer hesitating. No third-tier city could withstand the wrath of a second-tier city, much less Zero Wing, an existence capable of going up against a first-tier city's ace battle group. Myriad Forest City wasn't the only city to secretly contact Zero Wing. At the same time, the city lords of the other third-tier cities had similarly sent people to get in touch with Zero Wing, hoping to gain Zero Wing's forgiveness. While all this was happening, seated at the central position of the VIP viewing room, Xiao Quan wore an ashen look on his face. He had naturally noticed the actions of the city lords around him. Unfortunately, there was nothing he could do about it. Others might not know the extent of Shifeng's strength after seeing his attack during the Tier 5 match, but as an outer member of Demon's Gate, Xiao Quan understood it very well. Simply put, it was over. There was nothing more he could hope to accomplish against Zero Wing. Not to mention, Zero Wing's foundation far exceeded his expectations. Not only did Zero Wing's Tier 5 members perform astonishingly, but even the guild's relatively unknown Tier 4 members had shown themselves capable of transcending tiers. At this point in time, Zero Wing simply wasn't an existence he could afford to provoke. No wonder Xia Qingying supported him so strongly back then. When Xiao Quan rewatched Shifeng's battle footage, a hint of regret and anger filled his eyes. It had always been his principle to befriend the strong. Had he known that Shifeng possessed such strength earlier on, he would have chosen to discreetly resolve the issue with Silk Radish instead. But while I might have offended him after this, with the current strength of Zero Wing and Star Lake City, they still aren't a threat to my position in Silver Frost City. At worst, I'll just avoid having any dealings with them in the future. He honestly hadn't expected things to turn out this way when he belittled Shifeng back during the Green God Corporation's recruitment event. However, as the son of Silver Frost City Lord and an outer member of Demon's Gate, Xiao Quan did not have to fear Zero Wing and Star Lake City either. There were significant differences between second-tier and third-tier city battles. Firstly, the scale was different. Instead of just 200 participants per tier, cities would have to field 1,000 participants per tier. Secondly, the Tier 6 match was weighted even more heavily, making up 60% of the final score. In comparison, the Tier 6 match of third-tier city battles didn't make up even 50% of the final score. Lastly, due to the low number of second-tier cities on the Starlight continent, second-tier cities were only allowed to engage in a city battle with the same opponent once every 5 years. Because of these 3 points, very few second-tier cities would ever face the threat of demotion. What was more likely to happen was a change in rulership or a complete overhaul of City Legion members. Shortly after, Xiao Quan boarded a supersonic aircraft and returned to Silver Frost City less than half an hour after the city battle ended. Then, treating the city battle as nothing more than a trivial matter, he immersed himself in training, completely ignoring the matter of Star Lake City and Zero Wing. Meanwhile, an hour after Xiao Quan left, the 15 cities began transferring their power furnaces to Star Lake City, one after another. At the same time, the Zero Wing Training Center became overcrowded with representatives and young geniuses who were either here to congratulate Zero Wing or join Zero Wing. All of a sudden, the training center had become the focal point of Star Lake City. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3538. Chapter 612. Help with training. Chapter 3538. Chapter 612. Help with training. Chapter 612. Help with training. Zero Wing Training Center. Top floor, Guild Leader's Office. Under Gentle Snow's lead, Mu Huangwu, Xia Qingying, and 17 youths entered Shifeng's office, instantly making the spacious room a little crowded. Of the 17 youths following Mu Huangwu and Xia Qingying, for wore suits, looking like bodyguards, while the remaining 13 wore black sportswear. The youths in sportswear wore the Starry Scythe emblem, a symbol denoting their official membership with the Night Watch City's Night Watch Legion. The 17 young men and women stood in 2 rows and wore stern expressions, the uniformity of their actions making them look like trained soldiers. The weakest among them was a 2-star Grandmaster, while 2 were even 2-star limit Grandmasters. Even when these youths were just standing there, Hidden Soul and Gentle Snow couldn't help but feel a strong pressure coming from them. Incredible. Sure enough, the Green God Corporation is vastly superior to the average corporation, Shifeng inwardly exclaimed after looking at the 13 youths behind Mu Huangwu and Xia Qingying. Typically, the young talents nurtured by powers operating in second-tier cities could, at best, become 1-star Grandmasters before the age of 30. This wasn't simply due to a lack of talent. It was also due to a lack of resources. Yet, of the 17 youths Mu Huangwu and Xia Qingying had brought with them, all of them were under 25. And among the 13 new faces, one of them, a young man with a short stature and a pretty face, even looked like he was no older than 16 or 17. When Shifeng saw the young man, he quickly recognized the other party. The young man was none other than the White Emperor, Azure Shadow. In Shifeng's previous life, Azure Shadow was one of the pseudo-great Grandmasters nurtured by Mu Huangwu. At the same time, he was the youngest taboo under the Green God Corporation's command. Despite not owning a divine artifact, Azure Shadow could exhibit the power of taboos. During his peak, he even ranked among the 10 great rangers of the Greater God's domain. At the time, even without divine artifacts, he could still rival ancient gods. According to rumors, if the White Emperor could get his hands on a divine artifact, he could even compete for the top 3 spots among the 10 great rangers. However, following Mu Huangwu's retirement, Azure Shadow also vanished without a trace, his disappearance becoming a mystery in the Green God Corporation. After taking a seat, Mu Huangwu got straight to the point and asked, "May I know if our previous discussion of partnership is still valid? Guild leader, sure? Are you talking about Zero Wing helping the Green God Corporation's members enter the Night Watch Legion's ace battle groups?" Shifeng asked, recalling Xia Qingying's previous business proposal after hearing Mu Huangwu's question. "That's right." Mu Huangwu nodded excitedly. Then he pointed at the 17 youths behind him and said, "So long as Zero Wing can help the Green God Corporation nurture them and help them join an ace battle group in the Night Watch Legion, I can promise Zero Wing 70% of their city contribution on behalf of the Green God Corporation." "You want Zero Wing to train them?" Shifeng couldn't help but be a little stunned as he turned to look at the equally stunned youths. "Are you sure you're not joking with me, Elder Mu?" The 17 youths behind Mu Huangwu were the Green God Corporation's core paragons. Moreover, each of them was a bona fide Tier 6 expert in God's domain. They were already regarded as executives in the Green God Corporation, and they were existences standing at the apex of God's domain. Yet Mu Huangwu was offering to let Zero Wing borrow their strength? Even if it was under the condition of training, it was still a ludicrous offer. Honestly, if it wasn't for Mu Huangwu's unique status, Shifeng would have instantly written off Mu Huangwu's words as nonsense. After all, even in the various upper-ranking hegemonic powers, only guild leaders and vice-guild leaders would have the authority to mobilize such a force. If Xia Qingying, a senior vice president of the Green God Corporation, were to try the same, the 17 youths wouldn't have heeded her orders at all, much less go under the wing of another power. "I'm not joking," Mu Huangwu stated definitively. "I have brought them all up from when they were still children. If any of them dare disobey your arrangements, just tell me, and I'll teach them a lesson." Hearing Mu Huangwu's words, the 17 youths shuddered and quickly retracted whatever words they originally intended to say. Meanwhile, Xia Qingying couldn't help but look at Mu Huangwu in disbelief. Originally, she thought Mu Huangwu had only come to agree to Shifeng's conditions and have Shifeng assist these 17 youths in getting into the Night Watch Legion's ace battle groups. She never imagined Mu Huangwu would leave the training of these youths to Shifeng. It should be known that these youths were paragons that the Green God Corporation had nurtured with the intention of sending them into conglomerates or pseudo-apex powers. They were meant to pave a smoother path for the Green God Corporation in the future. It was why the Green God Corporation had invested so heavily in developing these youths. Even if these youths failed to become core executives in the corporations or pseudo-apex powers they had joined, they would still become existences wielding a certain degree of authority. Yet Mu Huangwu was offering to let Zero Wing, or more specifically, Shifeng, instruct these youths. So long as this deal went through, these youths would effectively owe Shifeng a favor. In that case, should Shifeng encounter any trouble and require assistance in the future, he could call upon these youths, and they would be obligated to help him, lest they wish to be known as ungrateful. "If you truly wish for Zero Wing to train them, we can do that for you, Elder Mu," Shifeng answered. Then he calmly looked toward the 2 rows of youths and continued, "But Zero Wing has a condition." Following Shifeng's words, the 17 youths present couldn't help but cast a contemptuous look toward him. They would only be training under Zero Wing for several days. There was no way they could achieve any improvements in such a short time. This was simply a way for Mu Huangwu to sell Shifeng a favor. Under such circumstances, Shifeng should already be thanking his lucky stars if they were even willing to listen to his commands. Yet, despite being offered such a generous deal, Shifeng still dared to ask for more. "Feel free to state your condition, guild leader Shi." Mu Huangwu did not get angry at Shifeng's words. On the contrary, he smiled and said, "Not to mention one condition, even 10 conditions wouldn't be a problem. Elder Mu." Azure Shadow couldn't help but look toward Mu Huangwu anxiously. After all was said and done, the 17 of them were all Tier 6 players. Moreover, they were either pseudo-fifth floor experts or experts who had mastered saint-ranked mana techniques. Even alone, each of them could put up a good fight against 5th floor experts. Not to mention, they were all equipped with legendary weapons. In terms of combat power, they already stood at the apex of God's domain. Moreover, as individuals who had become 2-star grandmasters at such a young age, they had a limitless future ahead of them. Yet Mu Huangwu was now making it seem as if they were the lucky ones for being able to train under Zero Wing. However, Mu Huangwu did not offer any explanations and simply sent a sharp glare at Azure Shadow, causing the youth to keep quiet. "You jest, Elder Mu." Nonchalantly, Shifeng said, "I only need them to sign a God's Domain contract promising lifetime confidentiality and pay a training fee of 10 God crystals per person. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 3539. Chapter 613. Actual Tier 6 players. Chapter 3539. Chapter 613. Actual Tier 6 players, Chapter 613. Actual Tier 6 players, 10 God Crystals! That's daylight robbery. Upon hearing Shifeng's conditions, Azure Shadow could no longer hold himself back. Every power had its own systems when it came to developing geniuses, so it was normal for Shifeng to wish to keep Zero Wing's training system a secret. So long as the conditions in the God's Domain contract weren't excessive, they would have no problem signing it. But it was a different story for the training fee of 10 God Crystals. God Crystals might not be as rare as fragmented legendary weapons, but they were still considered a strategic resource by the greater God's Domain's various powers. They could be used to restore certain fragmented legendary items into legendary items. Hence, most powers would keep a tight hold over their God Crystals. At present, the market value of a God Crystal was only slightly lower than that of a piece of fragmented legendary equipment. And as 10 God Crystals were enough to repair most fragmented legendary items, a sum of 10 God Crystals was essentially equivalent to one piece of legendary equipment. In other words, Shifeng was asking to be paid 17 pieces of legendary equipment for training them for only several days. Not even Apex powers would dare make such an egregious demand. Even Xia Qingying, who favored Shifeng, training the Green God Corporation's talents, couldn't help but doubt her ears when she heard Shifeng's price. At this point, Shifeng might as well ask if he could clean out the Green God Corporation's coffers. Zero Wing won't insist on the matter, Shifeng said, chuckling. We can simply follow our previous agreement. In return for helping your members join the Night Watch Legion's ace battle groups, Zero Wing will receive 70% of their city contributions. As for our bet, Elder Mu, you will need to help with training Zero Wing's members from time to time. Following Shifeng's words, the 17 youths standing behind Mu Huangwu instantly exploded into an uproar. Elder Mu, it's already enough for us to have your training. Even without Zero Wing's help, we can still become aces in the Night Watch Legion. I agree. With our strength and talent, even if we fail to become aces this year, we can definitely make it next year. We'll only miss out on, at most, 1 or 2 city battles. The loss of points won't affect the corporation's plans in the long run. The 17 youths spoke up one after another. Although none of them outright mentioned Zero Wing as being the crux of the problem, they clearly indicated that the transaction with Zero Wing wasn't worthwhile, and Shifeng was merely taking them for fools. Okay, we'll go with your arrangement, guild leader Shur. I'll pay 10 God Crystals for each of them, Mu Huangwu said after some hesitation. Once their training concludes, I will hand you all 170 God Crystals. Can we sign the contract now? Elder Mu, that's 170 God Crystals we're talking about, Xia Qingying worriedly said. She couldn't help but be astonished by Mu Huangwu's decision. A sum of 170 God Crystals was by no means insignificant. Previously, even after Shifeng was willing to part with an astronomical amount of wealth, she had only managed to collect 200 God Crystals from the Eternal Chamber of Commerce. Although Mu Huangwu had plenty of resources on hand due to him being one of the Green God Corporation's 3-star Grandmasters, it still wouldn't be easy for him to take out 170 God Crystals. He might even have to make some sacrifices with regard to the Green God Corporation's branch in Night Watch City. No matter how Xia Qingying thought about it, she simply couldn't understand why Mu Huangwu was willing to go to such lengths. Don't worry, Vice President Xia. I've been saving for many years, so I can still afford to take out 170 God Crystals, Mu Huangwu explained, understanding Xia Qingying's concerns. Since I suggested this partnership, I will shoulder the full payment. If you are willing to go that far, I won't be against it, Xia Qingying said, waving her hand and indirectly expressing that she would keep this matter a secret from the corporation's other executives. Subsequently, Mu Huangwu took the initiative to hash out a God's Domain contract via his quantum watch. The contract mainly detailed the transaction between him and Zero Wing. As for the confidentiality contract, meant for Azure Shadow and the others, Shifeng would have to prepare it himself. Meanwhile, after seeing all that Mu Huangwu had done, Shifeng naturally wouldn't dissuade or object to the other party's decision. On the contrary, he welcomed it very much. Shifeng urgently needed God crystals and 7 luminaries crystals, so much so that he even intended to trade some of Star Lake City's contribution points for God crystals and 7 luminaries crystals. Otherwise, there was little he could do with his existing stockpiles. Here is the confidentiality contract. Have a look at it. You can sign it if you find no problems with it, Shifeng said as he sent each of the 17 youths a lifetime confidentiality contract. The contract's terms were simple. Azure Shadow and the others were simply required to keep all details regarding their training a secret. Should they leak information without Shifeng's consent, they would be permanently banished from God's domain. After Azure Shadow and the others finished reading, they briefly looked at the contract Mu Huangwu signed before placing their signature on their respective confidentiality contracts. Excellent. Since we have established our partnership, training will commence tonight, Shifeng said after seeing all 17 youths sign the confidentiality contract. Then he sent them the coordinates of the miniature ancient world's world passage and continued, "Log into God's domain tonight and head to these coordinates. We will meet up there and begin your training." Although he wasn't particularly keen on letting these 17 youths in on Zero Wing's secrets, it would be a waste not to make use of their strength. After all, these were 17 Tier 6 players equipped with legendary weapons they were talking about. They were existences that even conglomerates and upper-ranking hegemonic powers would try to avoid provoking. Got it. We'll be there on time. Azure Shadow and the others responded after memorizing the coordinates. However, despite none of them saying it, all of them had already inwardly decided they would make trouble for Zero Wing's Tier 5 guild leader later on. Meanwhile, after the partnership was established, Mu Huangwu's group returned to their accommodations in Star Lake City. On their way back, Mu Huangwu urged Azure Shadow and the others to quickly head toward the meeting point, his urging exasperating the 17 youths. Meanwhile, back in Shifeng's office, "Do you really plan on bringing them with us, guild leader?" Hidden Soul couldn't help but ask as she watched Shifeng organizing some documents. The Western continent remains a secret even in the Eternal Realm right now. Of course. Shifeng nodded and smiled. This is a rare opportunity. Since I have already agreed to train them, I naturally have to do my best. Moreover, not only am I going to take them to the Western continent, but I'm also going to let them learn the mana purification technique. I intend to thoroughly change the power structure of existing second-tier city legions and let that young Master Shao know the price of provoking Zero Wing. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3540, Chapter 614, Instructor Black Flame? Chapter 3540, Chapter 614, Instructor Black Flame? Chapter 614, Instructor Black Flame? Silver Frost City, Lord's Mansion. Inside an isolated room the size of a football field, numerous youths clad in standardized sportswear were nimbly evading air bullets coming from their surroundings, while rapidly ascending a majestic staircase made of singularite. The metal staircase consisted of 300 steps. With each step these youths ascended, the grimmer their expressions would become. Some youths would also become incapable of moving their feet after reaching the 100th step and beyond, and so long as any youth stopped moving, they would quickly be sent flying off the staircase by multiple air bullets. Then they would quickly get back on their feet and resume climbing the staircase again. Although most of these youths were under the age of 25, each and every one of them was a 2-star Grandmaster. Several youths had even developed their mental strength to the 2-star limit Grandmaster standard already. However, compared to the youths continuously struggling to climb the staircase, the man with graying hair standing on the 298th step was a stark contrast. Even when struck by air bullets repeatedly, the man stood firm in his position. When the air bullets struck the gray-haired man, they were like rocks hitting the bottom of the ocean. Their impact created neither any sound nor any ripples. It was as if these air bullets didn't actually exist. The city lord is incredible. I have to use all my strength just to withstand a hit from those air bullets. Yet the city lord can neutralize the air bullet's impact simply by manipulating his muscles. Is this the strength of 3-star grandmasters? The city lord is probably at the cusp of becoming a great grandmaster already. If he can take the final step, Silver Frost City will welcome a new era of prosperity. When the youths resting below the staircase looked at the man standing on the 298th step, passion and reverence burned in their eyes. The man was Xiao Yihu, Silver Frost City's legendary city lord and the role model of countless geniuses and paragons. Not only was Xiao Yihu a pseudo-great grandmaster, but he was also a member of the Galaxy Conglomerate's esteemed Council of Elders. Over the centuries, he had nurtured numerous outstanding disciples, some of whom had become the core executives of upper-ranking hegemonic powers. A few of his disciples were even part of the Galaxy Conglomerate's Council of Elders currently. While the resting youths were trying to figure out how they could receive Xiao Yihu's guidance, Xiao Yihu's resting eyes suddenly snapped open. Then, in only a dozen steps, he arrived at the bottom of the staircase and looked at the young man who had just entered the room. The young man had a fit body and a cold expression. The instant he appeared, all the resting youths in the room kept quiet and looked at the young man respectfully. Did something happen on little Quan's side, Jiancheng? Xiao Yihu asked in a low voice as he looked at the young man approaching him. Nothing happened to Xiao Quan during his outing, City Lord, the young man named Jiangqing reported. But something did happen over at Star Lake City. Did the 15 cities lose? Xiao Yihu asked. Then, in a slightly angry tone, he continued, "What a bunch of useless imbeciles. Can't they even complete such a simple task?" Not only did the 15 cities lose, but Star Lake City has also been promoted into a second-tier city, Jianqing said, nodding. Then he handed Xiao Yihu a report and continued, "Here are the details of the city battle. Zero Wing is much stronger than anticipated, and even Skystar City's Ace Battle Group has suffered defeat at Zero Wing's hands. Zero Wing is indeed strong. Old Feng has also finally gotten his lifelong wish. It's a pity that he is unaware of how deep the waters of second-tier cities are," Xiao Yihu nonchalantly commented after reading the report. "Regardless, tell little Quan to focus on developing his mental strength and stop wasting time on trivial matters. The upcoming ranking battle between second-tier cities is what you all should be prioritizing." "Understood," Jiancheng responded before taking his leave. He was not surprised at all by Xiao Yihu's indifference toward Star Lake City's promotion. It was indeed unexpected for Star Lake City to get promoted to a second-tier city and for Zero Wing to defeat Skystar City's Ace Battle Group. However, compared to the vast Starlight continent, their achievements remained insignificant. It was especially so in Xiao Yihu's eyes. In his opinion, all of the city battles taking place within Silver Frost City's sphere of activity were nothing more than a fight between children. Even second-tier city battles were not an exception. The only thing that Xiao Yihu was truly concerned about was the Starlight Continent's second-tier ranking battle, held by the God's Domain Association once every decade. Everything else was of little significance. Greater God's Domain, Miniature Ancient Worlds World Passages entrance. This should be the place Guild leader Shifeng mentioned. Fire Dance, a level 171 assassin wearing a crimson leather jacket and a ponytail, said as she looked at the 17 youths beside her. "Azure, you all best not mess around during training. You are here to accept Zero Wings training so that you can pass the Ace Battle Group selection, not to cause trouble." Fire Dance was acquainted with Azure Shadow's group. They had met a few years ago. She had even trained alongside these youths under Mu Huangwu in the past. Therefore, she knew that these 17 youths were rebellious individuals. It was especially so for Azure Shadow. Due to his extraordinary talent, he refused to obey anyone but Mu Huangwu in the Green God Corporation. The Green God Corporation had hired many reputable instructors to rein in Azure Shadow's rebellious attitude in the past. However, none of those instructors managed to last very long before Azure Shadow finished mastering all they had to teach. Azure Shadow had even gone on to defeat each and every one of those instructors in a spar, causing those instructors to leave with injured pride. This situation had given the Green God Corporation a huge headache. "We know, Big Sis Fire," Azure Shadow, a level 173 ranger, said as he smiled at Fire Dance. "But if we are superior to the person responsible for training us, what qualifications does that person have to train us? Not to mention, we even paid such an exorbitant price for this training." "I agree with Azure, Big Sis Fire. You are now a member of Zero Wing, so you get to join this training for free. But the rest of us had to pay a total of 170 God Crystals. If Zero Wing's training turns out to be too simple, wouldn't we have wasted all those God Crystals?" Following Azure Shadow's words, the rest of the youths also started to chime in. At this point, they could already imagine Zero Wing's instructor leaving in dejection after losing to them. "You all!" Fire Dance experienced a headache when she saw what Azure Shadow and the others were planning to do. She was fully aware of the talent the 17 youths possessed. If not for her having a fortuitous encounter and being with the Green God Corporation for a much longer time, she would have probably lost to Azure Shadow and the others in combat standards long ago. It was especially so for Azure Shadow. The young man was practically a monster. Even when faced with complicated advanced silver combat techniques, Azure Shadow needed no more than a few tries to master them completely. He could even take things a step further and combine them to create his own exclusive techniques. At this point, only fifth-floor experts capable of predicting future moves could beat Azure Shadow in a contest of combat techniques. While Fire Dance was conversing with Azure Shadow's group, a cloaked swordsman approached them. Following this swordsman's appearance, Fire Dance couldn't help but be stunned. Guild Leader Black Flame. TL notes: one singularite, it's a made-up name. Ross is supposed to be singular metal. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3541, Chapter 615, Crazed Knight Watch Members. Chapter 3541, Chapter 615, Crazed Knight Watch Members. Chapter 615, Crazed Knight Watch Members. Why is he here? Fire Dance couldn't help but doubt her eyes when she saw the cloaked swordsman before her. Black Flame, the 11th rank player on the Sacred Glory list. This was a name known by all throughout the Greater God's domain. As for Zero Wing's members, both Black Flame's name and appearance were deeply ingrained into their minds. While Fire Dance was training alongside Zero Wing's members for the city battle, she had heard plenty of things about Black Flame. Hence, she was considerably familiar with a player named Black Flame. In the Eternal Realm, Black Flame had single-handedly suppressed an army of tens of thousands of Holy Race players. Later on, Black Flame had single-handedly erased the headquarters of 3 upper-ranking hegemonic powers in the miniature ancient world. Aside from achievements, Black Flame was also well-connected. He shared close ties with 3 Golden Masters and Inchilin, a vice-commander of the Scarecrow Fox adventure team, even openly expressed her respect toward him. These 4 individuals would also often collaborate with Zero Wing in exploring the Crystal City of Secrets, underground Crystal Palace. At this point, Black Flame could already be considered a legendary figure in the Greater God's domain. He wasn't someone that the average person could hope to meet. The Lord of War Goddesses. When Azure Shadow saw Sherfong, a hint of shock flashed in his eyes. He didn't think Zero Wing would send its true guild leader to come to instruct them. It seems Zero Wing is going all out this time to have its guild leader come to train us personally. No wonder guild leader, Shifeng, asked for such an exorbitant fee. Black Flame status as the 11th ranked Sacred Glory expert alone already makes the fee worthwhile. When the rest of the Night Watch Battle Group's members saw that it was Shifeng approaching them, they couldn't help but start a hushed discussion among themselves. It was especially so when they felt Shifeng, who was only a Tier 5 player, radiating an aura stronger than theirs. While the Sacred Glory list significance might not be comparable to the Divine Glory list, anyone capable of entering the Sacred Glory list would still be regarded as a VIP in any realm. Not to mention the Green God Corporation. Even the average upper-ranking hegemonic power and conglomerate would have difficulty employing the assistance of such individuals. So what if he's ranked 11th on the Sacred Glory list? Azure Shadow said in the team chat, he'll still need to have actual abilities to train us. I guess you're right. After thinking it over, the rest of the Night Watch Battle Group's members nodded in agreement. Black Flame might be famous, but that wouldn't necessarily mean he was qualified to train them. It was especially so for someone like Black Flame, who relied heavily on external items. The primary reason Black Flame could achieve his current status was due to his ability to summon war goddesses. When it came to actual combat standards, he wouldn't necessarily be superior to them. While Azure Shadow and the others were having a secret discussion among themselves, Shifeng briefly swept his gaze across Fire Dance and the 17 youths. Since everyone's here, follow me, Shifeng said, chuckling when he saw the 17 youths scrutinizing him. But before we leave, let me remind you that you must keep everything you see later on a secret. Also, as this training is meant for nurturing Zero Wing's internal members, you are only allowed to stay until the Night Watch Legion's Ace Battle Group selection. After that, you will all have to leave. Upon hearing Shifeng's reminder, aside from Fire Dance, everyone else present revealed contemptuous expressions. They had experienced all kinds of training in the past. They had even participated in training camps jointly hosted by multiple powerful conglomerates and upper-ranking hegemonic powers. So, they didn't believe even for a second that Zero Wing could provide them with any noteworthy training. Yet, Shifeng was making Zero Wing's training sound like it was the most precious thing in the world. At this time, Azure Shadow and the others became further resolved to complete whatever training Zero Wing had to offer before the training session was anywhere close to completion. Then, they would take their leave without hesitation. Meanwhile, Shifeng did not bother to offer any additional explanations, even when he saw the 17 youths' contemptuous expressions. He simply led the group to a deserted area of the Void Sea and waited for world-breaking gates cooldown to end. Then he spent another 1,000 units of 7 Luminaries crystal to bring everyone to the Eternal Realm. Starlight Continent, Star Lake City. As the morning sun rose, Star Lake City's airport basked in its brilliance. Even though it had only been a day since Star Lake City had gotten promoted to a second-tier city, the airport was already crowded with supersonic planes from various third-tier cities. Of the guests these supersonic planes carried to Star Lake City, apart from the various powers executives, a significant portion consisted of mental strength grandmasters and budding talents. As Star Lake City was a new second-tier city, it currently didn't face any problems with overpopulation. Hence, these individuals all sought to use this opportunity to secure themselves long-term residence in a second-tier city. Are Azure and the others still not here? Mu Huangwu muttered as he looked out through the airport lounge and at the Green God Corporation's private plane parked outside. If we still don't take off soon, we won't make it for the registration. Mu Huangwu couldn't help but find the tardiness of Azure Shadow and the others strange. After all, his disciples were normally very punctual. Not to mention, they would be flying back to Night Watch City to register for the Night Watch Legion's Ace Battle Group selection this time. If they were to miss the registration period, They would have to wait another year before they could try for an ace battle group again. Did they forget when we were leaving? Xia Qingying, who had come to see Mu Huangwu's group off, similarly found the situation confusing. Mental strength grandmasters had an extremely accurate grasp on time. They could tell the precise time of day, even without looking at the time. Logically, there was no way Azure Shadow and the others would be late when they knew they had to attend an event as important as the Ace Battle Group selection. Impossible! Mu Huangwu firmly denied Xia Qingying's conjecture. I even went out of my way to remind them the time before they logged into God's domain yesterday. Did they get into an accident? When Xia Qingying heard Mu Huangwu's words, she promptly thought of contacting the God's Domain Association. Azure Shadow and the others were mental strength grandmasters. Since it was unlikely they had misremembered their flight's departure time, it must mean they had gotten into an accident. Otherwise, there was no way they would be tardy. But just as Xia Qingying was about to contact the God's Domain Association, a group hastily entered the lounge. You're finally here. Mu Huangwu sighed in relief when he saw the individuals entering the lounge. What happened to you all? Why did you arrive so late? The group of new arrivals was none other than Azure Shadow's group. Only at this moment, Azure Shadow and the others were anxious looks on their faces. Their usual calm nowhere to be seen. Let's quickly board the plane, Elder Mu. It'll be bad if we're late, Azure Shadow hurriedly said to Mu Huangwu. The other members of the Night Watch battle group nodded in agreement, their anxious expressions making it seem like they couldn't wait even a moment longer to board the plane. So you actually know you're late? Mu Huangwu couldn't help but feel exasperated when he saw the anxious expressions of Azure Shadow and the others. You're lucky you made it in time. Had you all arrived any later, you would have missed the registration period. You misunderstand, Elder Mu. We're not talking about the Ace Battle Group selection, Azure Shadow hurriedly said. We already made an appointment with the instructor. The instructor will only wait half an hour for us. We only have a minute left, so we must board the plane and log into God's domain immediately. Otherwise, we're going to be late. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3542, Chapter 616 Zero Wings Training. Chapter 3542, Chapter 616 Zero Wings Training. Chapter 616 Zero Wings Training. Mu Huangwu was so stunned by Azure Shadow's words that he forgot what he was going to say. As for Xia Qingying, she similarly couldn't help but doubt if something was wrong with her ears. After all, just a day ago, Azure Shadow and the others had expressed strong hostilities and contempt toward Zero Wings training. Yet they were now worried they might be late for training? Let's talk another time. We're going to be late. When Azure Shadow saw that Mu Huangwu and Xia Qingying were unresponsive, he charged out of the boarding gate without hesitation. Seeing this, the other members of the Night Watch battle group also followed suit, leaving behind Mu Huangwu in the waiting lounge. Can you tell me what's going on, Qingying? Mu Huangwu asked as he stared at the boarding gate with a stunned expression. Anyone could tell that Azure Shadow and the others looked forward to participating in Zero Wings training. But even if they were to look forward to Zero Wings training, it didn't make sense for them to look forward to it that much. It should be known that it was to the extent that they prioritized it even more than becoming aces in the Night Watch Legion. At this moment, Mu Huangwu even suspected that if Azure Shadow and the others were made to choose between joining the Night Watch Legion's ace battle groups or participating in Zero Wings training, they would choose the latter without hesitation. This, I have no idea either, Xia Qingying said with a wry smile. While she might be privy to some of Zero Wing's secrets, she highly doubted that something like the intermediate divine engraving could garner much interest from Azure Shadow and the others. But looking at the reactions Azure Shadow and the others had toward Zero Wings training, it was already to a point where she could describe them as fanatical. Otherwise, they wouldn't have cast aside Mu Huangwu just so that they could avoid being late for training. Eternal Realm, Western Continent, Nameless City. After boarding the Green God Corporation's private plane, Azure Shadow and the others promptly hopped into the temporary virtual gaming cabins the corporation had prepared on the plane and logged into God's domain. Then, when they saw that Zero Wings members were still resting around them, they couldn't help but sigh in relief. Thank goodness we made it back in time, Azure Shadow thought when he saw Feng sorting through items nearby. Before arriving at the Nameless City, Azure Shadow, as someone who had trained in the Galaxy Conglomerate's Holy Land in the past, felt that no other place could compare to said Holy Land. However, he instantly changed his mind after arriving at the Nameless City. Compared to the Nameless City, the Galaxy Conglomerate's Holy Land was nothing more than a cheap knockoff. Every corner of the Nameless City was brimming with eternal energy. Simply standing in the city allowed him to experience gradual but continuous improvement. He even felt that he could achieve a breakthrough at any moment. However, the training Feng provided them was even more valuable compared to the Nameless City's environment. The Bronze Mana Purification Technique. This was a technique that could allow their mana to achieve a qualitative improvement. Before today, he had never even heard of such a technique existing. Simply gaining an initial mastery over the Bronze Mana Purification Technique made him feel he could fight against Tier 6 experts, fully clad in legendary weapons and equipment. Yet, what was even more unbelievable was that there was something even better than the Bronze Mana Purification Technique. Unfortunately, as he and the others weren't internal members of Zero Wing, and all of the loot they acquired belonged to Zero Wing, they currently couldn't learn the advanced Bronze Purification Technique. If they wanted to learn it, they would have to kill a certain number of regional bosses and use their contributions to exchange one. However, while their group of 17 was currently capable of moving independently of Zero Wing's group, they weren't familiar with the Nameless City's terrain. So, it would be much more effective if they searched for regional bosses with Zero Wing's group. Not to mention, Feng would demonstrate flowing space from time to time. This presented them with an opportunity to watch and learn a gold combat technique up close. Gold combat techniques were incredibly rare in the Greater God's domain. The various powers would treat the gold combat techniques they owned as heirlooms, and they would rarely ever share these techniques with outsiders. If outsiders wished to learn these techniques, they could only do so through watching battle videos, which was a nigh impossible task. This was due to the complexity of gold combat techniques. When players fought using gold combat techniques, they would usually only utilize fragments of the technique. Unless a player was willing to thoroughly demonstrate their gold combat technique, others would never be able to learn their technique's intricacies. Meanwhile, when Feng fought, he would always execute his gold combat technique from start to end for them to observe. Typically, this was a treatment only the paragons of pseudo-apex and apex powers could receive. If they were to miss this opportunity, they would absolutely regret it for the rest of their lives. All right, everyone get organized. Since everyone's back, we'll begin exploring the core region, Feng commanded when he saw Azure Shadow and the others returning. After fighting and learning for the entirety of last night, Azure Shadow's group had already mastered the Common Mana Purification Technique and begun to learn the Bronze version. With their present combat power, it would be a waste not to explore the Nameless City's core region. The Nameless City could be categorized into 4 regions: Outer, Inner, Central, and Core. Since yesterday, they have been exploring the Central region and have acquired a good harvest. Overall, they obtained 14 copies of the Advanced Bronze Purification Technique and 41 copies of the Bronze Purification Technique. Even without the help of the War Goddesses, their grinding efficiency was better than when they had the War Goddesses' assistance. However, for a regional dungeon of the Nameless City's rank, the core region would typically have many more regional bosses spawning within it than in the Central region. There might even be Tier 6 divine bosses guarding the place. Divine regional bosses were incredibly rare in the Greater God's domain. They also had a long respawn time and were the primary target of contention between the various powers. Meanwhile, The nameless city had only appeared not long ago. It was still in its exploration phase, hence its monsters had such a high drop rate. If they were to miss this exploration phase, even if Zero Wing could mobilize more experts to slay the nameless city's divine regional bosses later on, their harvest might not even come close to their harvest in the current central region. After everyone organized themselves, they began advancing toward the nameless city's core region under Shi Feng's command. After 4 hours of constant fighting, Shi Feng and the others arrived at the nameless city's core region. A thin layer of mist covered the entire core region, making it impossible for those outside to see or sense the situation inside. However, the instant everyone stepped into the mist, they promptly realized how wondrous of a location this was. The density of the eternal energy in the core region was more than double that of the central region. Only before Shi Feng and the others could take their time to enjoy the significantly denser eternal energy, they saw a female swordsman of the human race running in their direction with a 1,000-man holy race legion chasing after her. The swordsman in question was incredible. Despite being only a level 165, Tier 5 Sword Saint, she continuously neutralized the attacks launched at her by the Tier 5 Holy Race experts. It should be known that these Holy Race experts could rival Tier 6 human players when empowered by their holy auras. Moreover, over 100 of them could attack the human female at a time. Yet, the most they managed to do was cause some minor damage to the human female. Even experts who had mastered gold footwork and defensive combat techniques would find difficult to achieve a similar combat performance as the human female. That swordsman is amazing! Gentle Snow exclaimed as she watched the human female repeatedly breaking out of the Holy Race players' encirclement. Even if Big Sis Cheelin gets promoted into a Tier 6 Guardian Knight, she wouldn't fare much better against so many Holy Race experts. Billowing water? Shi Feng couldn't help but be surprised when he saw who the human female was. Why is she here? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3543. Chapter 617, 17 Tier 6 Players. Chapter 3543. Chapter 617, 17 Tier 6 Players. Chapter 617, 17 Tier 6 Players. The Blaze Conglomerate's Heart Sword? When Azure Shadow heard the name that came out of Shi Feng's mouth, he couldn't help but be surprised. Do you know Miss Billowing Water, Instructor Black Flame? Azure Shadow was fortunate enough to participate in a training camp hosted by the Galaxy Conglomerate in the past. While there, he had heard many tales of a monstrous talent capable of rivaling Fry, the Galaxy Conglomerate's fourth princess. Meanwhile, the monstrously talented person was the Blaze Conglomerate's eldest young Miss Waylon, a.k.a. Billowing Water. Although Billowing Water currently only ranked within the Sacred Glory List's top 100, she was one of the few experts capable of fighting Golden Masters despite having mastered no gold combat techniques herself. Because of her capabilities, many God's Domain critics have commented that Billowing Water could absolutely rank among the Divine Glory list in the future. I guess you can say that we are partners of sorts, Shi Feng answered after giving the question some thought. We were part of the same team previously, and we conducted a couple of transactions. Upon hearing Shi Feng's answer, Azure Shadow and the others couldn't help but cast looks of admiration at Shi Feng. Billowing Water was the Blaze Conglomerate's first successor. She was a big shot who even Night Watch City's City Lord would have little chance to come into contact with. And even if they were to meet, it was unlikely they could find a common topic to talk about, let alone become partners and conduct transactions. While big shots like Billowing Water might require a lot of resources in both the greater God's Domain and the greater world, these resources were not things that the average person could access. Anyone who could provide these resources were bound to be extraordinary individuals. Should we help her, guild leader? Gentle Snow asked when she saw Billowing Water getting surrounded once again. It might not seem like Billowing Water was in any life-threatening danger, but that would only be true for now. Once all of the 1,000 Holy Race experts managed to encircle her completely, Billowing Water would no longer have any opportunities to break through. Not to mention, as the fight dragged on, the noise made would most certainly attract the attention of nearby Holy Race players. At that time, many more Holy Race experts would join the chase. The only way Billowing Water could truly escape her current predicament was if she could quickly kill all 1,000 of the Holy Race experts chasing after her. But, evidently, she couldn't accomplish that by herself. Since we've met, we naturally have to help out. Let's go, Shifeng said, nodding. If Shifeng wasn't acquainted with Billowing Water, he would have most likely chosen to turn a blind eye to her predicament. After all, the Western continent was the Holy Race's territory. It was especially so for the Nameless City. Engaging one of the Holy Race's player legions here wouldn't be wise. So long as a fight broke out, they would have to face endless harassment from nearby Holy Race experts, and they would be unable to explore the Nameless City properly. However, since Billowing Water was one of his partners, Shifeng naturally couldn't just stand by and watch the Holy Race experts kill her. Subsequently, under Shifeng's command, everyone swiftly advanced toward Billowing Water's location. Although Shifeng and the others did not make any noise in their approach, because their team had over 30 members, their approach quickly attracted the attention of Billowing Water and the Holy Race experts attacking her. Run away! Quickly run away! When Billowing Water saw Shifeng among the group of human players approaching her, she didn't relax. On the contrary, her expression turned even grimmer as she shouted for Shifeng's group to run away. These aren't your average Holy Race players. Quickly head back to 7 Luminaries Town and inform everyone that the Holy Race has already found a way to break the town's defenses. 7 Luminaries Town is their next target. How dare you humans trespass on our territory? None of you should think of leaving with your lives. The commander of the Holy Race Legion, a level 167 beast berserker, bellowed when he saw Shifeng's approaching group. Everyone, split up and surround the new trespassers. I'll keep this woman pinned. We must not let them spread the news. Following the beast berserker's command, the entire legion of Holy Race experts quickly cast aside Billowing Water and switched their attention toward Shifeng's team. Close to 100 party and team leader-ranked Holy Race experts charged straight toward Shifeng's team, while the rest of the legion split up to form an encirclement. When Billowing Water saw this, her expression quickly turned ugly. The legion pursuing her was unlike any other. Even the legion's party leaders possessed strength rivaling Moon Bamboo, the Dawnlight Party's vice party leader, while the legion's team leaders rivaled Sky Pivot, the Dawnlight Party's party leader. If not for her encountering a fortuitous opportunity in the Nameless City's core region, which allowed her to repair a significant portion of her fragmented divine weapon, she would have long been killed by this extraordinary legion. Unfortunately, Billowing Water couldn't afford to get distracted any longer, as she needed to focus on surviving against the Holy Race Legion's commander, a beast berserker. The beast berserker class was a peak class among the Holy Race, but despite its lower rank, it was superior to even the human race's saint classes. Previously, in order to cover for Billowing Water's escape, Sky Pivot and Moon Bamboo had chosen to face the beast berserker in a frontal confrontation. However, after only 3 exchanges, Sky Pivot and Moon Bamboo fell. They didn't even manage to distract the beast berserker for 5 seconds. The other party's strength was beyond terrifying. Immediately, Billowing Water gathered her scattered, formless twilight and transformed it into a great sword, the weapon's mere presence destabilizing the surrounding space. With the great sword in hand, Billowing Water's strength had also increased substantially. Now, her strength was slightly superior to even level 170 divine monsters. Escape is no longer an option for you all, the beast berserker said. However, instead of hurrying to eliminate Billowing Water, he turned to look at Shifeng's team and sneered. Since you dared to steal that item from us, I will show you the consequences of meddling with our affairs." When the Beast Berserker commander finished speaking, the Holy Race Legion's party and team leaders had already arrived within 100 yards of Shifeng's team. 4 Tier 5 players. This was a distance that could be crossed in a single breath. This should be close enough. "Everyone, take action!" Shifeng commanded when he saw the remaining distance between his team and the Holy Race Legion's party and team leaders. Upon receiving Shifeng's command, Azure Shadow and the others promptly stopped concealing their information and auras with their black cloaks. Immediately, 17 illusory worlds descended upon the street and overlapped each other. At the same time, frightening divine might swept across the entire street, briefly causing all Holy Race players within a 3,000-yard radius to lose focus. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3544. Chapter 618, Fear and Panic. Chapter 3544. Chapter 618, Fear and Panic. Chapter 618, Fear and Panic. Tier 6. They're Tier 6 players. 17 Tier 6 players. How is this possible? The moment the amalgamation of divine might washed over the Holy Race experts, they all fell into a daze as their minds started to doubt the reality of their current situation. Tier 6 players, whether it was for the human race or the Holy Race, Tier 6 players were existences who had secured a hold over the laws of the world. Hence, it was extremely difficult for players to get promoted to Tier 6. In the current Eternal Realm, most experts wouldn't dare to attempt the Tier 6 promotion unless they were confident in success. This was because failure to get promoted would force players into a long state of rest, and it would be a considerable amount of time before they could make their next attempt. By the time they recovered, other experts would have long surpassed them, and they would be forced to retire from the Eternal Realm's main stage. Not to mention, the energy resources required to challenge the Tier 6 promotion were immense. Even for the Holy Race, they could only afford to let a few people challenge the Tier 6 promotion. Yet it was now revealed that among the human team consisting of only a little over 30 members, 17 of them had actually gotten promoted to Tier 6 already? Who could possibly accept this situation? Even if all 17 humans were the weakest Tier 6 players in existence, they would still be considered a frightening force in the current nameless city. They would be more than enough to go up against their legion of 1,000. Not to mention, these 17 human players weren't by any means weak for Tier 6 players. On the contrary, they were far above the average, each being stronger than Tier 6 divine monsters of the same level. After all, simply the act of these 17 players releasing their divine might was enough to affect their entire legion's mobility. This situation was no different than if they were to go up against the Holy Race's Tier 6 experts. Impossible. How can the humans have 17 Tier 6 players? The Beast Berserker, the Holy Race Legion's commander, was similarly dumbfounded as he looked at Azure Shadow's group in the distance. Even until now, none of the Holy Race's various powers had managed to produce a Tier 6 player. Meanwhile, according to their investigation, the human race should be faring even worse than them. Yet now, 17 Tier 6 human players had appeared on the Western continent, which was supposed to be the Holy Race's home ground. Am I dreaming? Billowing Water, who had prepared herself to fight to the death, couldn't help but rub her eyes as she looked at Azure Shadow's group. She felt that she must be dreaming. It was currently the goal of the Eternal Realm's various powers to produce a Tier 6 player as soon as possible. But according to the information she received, even the various Apex powers had yet to accomplish this goal. So, the only explanation she could come up with for this situation was that she was in a dream. The Holy Race's experts, huh? Azure Shadow revealed a look of excitement as he gazed upon the Holy Race experts before him. Just in time. I can use you all to test my improvements. After saying so, Azure's shadow knocked his longbow and launched a series of arrows into the sky. At the same time, a magic array covering a 1,000-yard radius formed in the sky. Tier 6 skill, Stars from Heaven. Azure's shadow had heard from Feng the strength of the holy race when they first arrived at the nameless city. Hence, he wasn't ignorant of the circumstances surrounding the holy race. Under the same tier, human experts would have difficulty competing against holy race experts. Tier 5 holy race experts capable of using holy aura could even transcend tiers to fight Tier 6 human players. Based on his senses, he could tell that the team leader-ranked holy race players before him were undoubtedly such experts. If he were to clash with any one of these team leaders when he first arrived at the nameless city, their fight would be intense, and it would take him a considerable amount of time to kill them. If several of these team leaders attacked him simultaneously, he might even be in danger of losing his life. Now, though these party and team leader-ranked holy race experts were no longer a threat to him or his companions, instead, these holy race experts had become the most suitable targets for them to familiarize themselves with their newfound strength. Meanwhile, the instant the magic array in the sky finished forming, countless space-rending arrows began to rain down from the sky. The spatial tiers they left in their wake, creating a scene resembling the arrival of the apocalypse. Boom! 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 Countless explosions echoed in the nameless city's core region, the explosions lasting for 10 whole seconds before coming to an end. When the dust clouds created by the arrow rain scattered, they revealed a desolate wasteland amidst the tall buildings decorating the nameless city's core region. As for the holy race experts who previously populated the street, their numbers had been reduced from 1,000 to less than 100, and even the ones still standing looked incredibly miserable. Have I become so powerful already? Azure's shadow couldn't help but be taken aback by the devastation he caused. His original intention for using Stars from Heaven was to break the holy race experts' formation so his teammates could pick off the stragglers. This was the tactic they normally employed when fighting against groups of players or monsters. After all, each arrow in Stars from Heaven only carried 70% of his strength. It was only because of the skill's large number of projectiles that it could pose a certain degree of threat to Tier 6 experts. Yet, the effects of his Stars from Heaven vastly surpassed his expectations. Despite being an ordinary Tier 6 skill, it achieved a result surpassing even that of Tier 6 curses cast by Tier 6 mage gods. Each arrow exhibited power at the Tier 6 peak standard. For a moment, he even suspected he could threaten a Tier 6 god's life with this Tier 6 skill. Are you on drugs, Azure? How in heaven did you do that? Dawn Arrow, another ranger from the Night Watch battle group, asked in astonishment. Stars from Heaven was a common Tier 6 skill of the ranger class. Hence, Dawn Arrow was very familiar with the skill's capabilities. Normally, the skill would only be enough to tickle Tier 6 divine monsters and damage Tier 5 legendary monsters slightly. While it might be more effective against players, it shouldn't be anywhere close to being life-threatening to the holy race experts. However, it was a completely different story for Azure Shadow Stars from Heaven. In Azure Shadow's hands, the skill performed no differently than the Tier 6 curse Star Blast. Had Azure's Shadow used this move outside the Eternal Realm, he might even be able to delete an entire map. What kind of drug do you think I would have to take to get such an effect? Azure's Shadow answered, rolling his eyes. Also, we train and operate together all the time. What don't you know about me? This won't do. I'm going to try it as well. Dawn Arrow said before copying Azure's Shadow and using Stars from Heaven. Meanwhile, as soon as Dawn Arrow used his skill, the surviving holy race experts couldn't help but despair. Each arrow they previously faced carried power at the Tier 6 peak standard. Normally, even a divine monster would become heavily injured after being rained upon by so many such arrows. They only managed to survive the projectile bombardment because they had used all of their life-saving skills. Yet, as soon as they finished surviving the rain of arrows, they had to face it again. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible.